Good morning. I'm going to call the regular council meeting of August 26, 2024 to order. We're going to start off with the public hearing. So I'll declare the public hearing for Bylaw 2068-24 open at 9:03 a.m. I'll ask Planning and Development to explain the purpose of the hearing. Good morning. Welcome. I'm not sure your mic is on. There we go.
Morning. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public input on Bylaw 2068-24 to amend the land use bylaw to redistrict 118 Cypress Drive.
Has notice of this hearing been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation and bylaws of the City of Wetaskiwin?
Yes, the public hearing was advertised on the city website and whatifwetaskiwin.ca as of August 9th, as per the requirement from the Municipal Government Act, Section 606. In addition, it was advertised on city social media pages on August 13th and in the Pipestone Flyer on August 15th and August 22nd. And notices were sent by mail to property owners and residents within 76 meters of the site on August 6th.
I will now request that Planning and Development provide their report regarding this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Planning and Development received an application to rezone 118 Cypress Drive from R1 single dwelling residential to R2 low density residential in order to allow for the development of a duplex, which is a permitted use in R2. This proposal aligns with the current MDP, which identifies R2 and R1 as compatible zones. The MDP also encourages infilling of vacant residential lots, such as this one, which has not been built on since it was subdivided in 2007. The proposal also aligns with the Creeks Crossing ASP, which designates the site for low-density residential development. Low-density residential development is the purpose of the R2 district. The maximum possible density under the R2 zone is 2 units per lot in the form of duplex housing. Under the current R1 zone, it is possible to have 2 units per lot in the form of secondary suites within single detached houses, which is a discretionary use. The lot is slightly smaller than what would be approved for a newly subdivided lot intended for a duplex, but these requirements do not clearly apply to redistricting of existing lots. Any development would still need to meet all requirements of the zone at the development permit application stage, including maximum site coverage, minimum setbacks and unit size, and minimum on-site parking. These requirements are the same under the proposed R2 zone as the current R1 zone. The parcel can accommodate 2 units that meet the minimum duplex unit size within the maximum site coverage. Administration is recommending approval of the proposal due to its alignment with the city's policy direction and potential for the future development to meet land use bylaw requirements.
Have we received any written submissions? And if so, can you read them into record, please?
Yes, we received one written submission. Dear City of Wetaskiwin Council, please accept this as our input regarding the proposed rezoning of 118 Cypress Drive from R1 to R2. We, the residents and owners living on Cypress Drive, Wetaskiwin, are not in favor of this rezoning. The lot in question, 118 Cypress Drive, appears to be a small lot and would be more suitable for R1A zoning. We fail to understand how a duplex would even fit within the building pocket for a lot of this size, and if a building plan was accepted to build a duplex, we fail to see how it would provide any off-street parking. This would be an issue. 4 additional at minimum vehicles on the street parked in front of neighbors. This is a nice street and area with high residential real estate producing good property tax for the city. I suspect that a duplex would have a negative impact on the value of residential real estate and thus a negative impact on property tax. We, the undersigned, do not agree with this rezoning and ask the city to not approve the application. It is signed by Sean and Diana Thiessen, Sandra E. Humphreys, Wayne and Ann Price, Karen and Bill Millward, Jagjiwan Sran, Harpreet Sran, Daryl and Christine Unruh, sorry, I can't read all the writing, Chris Sampaio, Danielle LaFond, Pete Oud, Chris Bloomer, Cassandra Wood, Mark Morin, David Bouts, Marilee Johnson, Charlie Johnson, Tracy Moye, Sharon Jones, Sylvia Gillette, Leslie Morgan, Wayne Morgan, and Denny and Kelly Speth.
Sorry, I just get back to it.
And that's all the submissions we received.
All right, I'll call upon anyone who wishes to speak directly to council on this matter. Do we have anybody registered?
Yes, Richard Gregory.
Okay. Richard Gregory here? Okay. So I'll open it up to anybody else wishing to speak to this matter. Sure, please.
Good morning. I'm Ann Price, and the author of the letter. And my husband and I walked around the neighborhood and received the signatures. The signatures represent all the housing that will be affected within the circle of the map that we received, not including the 2 empty lots. We're strongly opposed to this, as it will not be a positive influence in the neighborhood. And that's all I have to say. I just wanted you to understand that these signatures represent each residence on the street. So they're not they represent each home that is on the street currently and the people living on the street currently, most of which are owner occupied. I think there's 1 rental. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else wishing to speak to this matter? Third and final time, anyone else wishing to speak to this matter? Okay, I'd like to thank everyone for I'd like to thank the 1 presentation and all of the letters that were received, and council will discuss and debate this matter later on in this meeting. So I declare this public hearing closed at 9:10 a.m. All right, moving on to number 3, open microphone. I've got 1 person registered, Rhonda Watt.
Hello here. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
I want to thank you, Mayor Tyler, and Council for allowing me here today to express my gratitude for the past 3 years proclaiming August 31st Overdose Awareness Day. The theme this year is Together We Can. My son Eric, who attended Sacred Heart Wetaskiwin High School, passed away November 1st, 2017 at the age of 19. Eric was not an addict. He was experimenting, as many young people do. He also chose to use alone in our home. This led to his death. I have spent the past 7 years educating myself, joining Mums Stop the Harm, advocating with our community to provincial, federal governments to help provide supports for mental health and addictions, while working and volunteering with our homeless population, along with providing supports for others who are grieving. This past year, stats tell us 1,650 people have died from overdose, leaving family, friends devastated within Alberta. Mums Stop the Harm continues to advocate with governments to help fund more than recovery. We need to widen our approach, helping with housing, food security, mental health, and trauma counseling, in addition to many forms of recovery, adding culturally appropriate models, helping all members of society to make positive steps for their own personal recoveries, not our vision of recovery. Connections, safe spaces, to each share our stories has become a big piece to opening people to ask for help when they are ready. We are all aware nothing happens overnight. I wish there was a magic wand available and we could all heal those in dark places, heal community, and everyone affected by the epidemic of the toxic drug poisons and the mental health crisis we are facing. It does take a community working together, having conversations without judgments, no matter what side you are on, listening, learning, being heard for everyone, even those without a voice at the table. I know many of us are tired. We have gone to too many funerals and too many wakes, losing precious members of our community. Seeing children without parents, wives without partners, brothers without sisters, increasing the heaviness of grief felt there and in our close neighbors of Muscatcheese. This ripples out to all parts of society. One death can affect so many, from families to neighbors to bystanders to businesses to first responders and so on. Healing and moving forward needs to begin, whether it's in small ways like holding the door open, smiling at the person asking for money, refraining from name calling, sharing good messages, community events, while we all try to do what we are able to support our own mental health. Advocate, write letters, read books to learn, trying as best we can to help out the community of Wetaskiwin improve and move forward out of all the negativities, the hate, and help our community as a whole into better times for all the citizens. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I took time off work so I could be here, and I do appreciate the proclamation happening every year. And I invite everyone to come to the event. There's one tonight. It's free. The Reynolds Museum. There's a lot of learning to be heard there. They're going to be showing a very good film and a fellow who wrote a book. He's very knowledgeable. And then on Thursday, I'd love to see as many of you, because I've only seen 2 that have come to our event for overdose awareness. There's going to be a lot of healing there, a lot of people who have lost someone, a lot of culturally appropriate ways of healing there too. So I appreciate everyone who takes the time to come. It's very, very much appreciated for a mother without her child.
What time is the event tonight?
Tonight, I think it starts at 6. It's on Wetaskiwin Family and Community Support Services site, and there's still lots of open seats because they can fill 120 there. And as of Friday, I think they only have 45 people signed up.
And what time does the event start on Thursday?
Thursday at 6, there's going to be a pipe ceremony, smudging, beautiful things, and then the full event will be happening at 7 o'clock. So, yeah, I think so, 6. That sounds about right. And it's at Reynolds, so it's a beautiful theater, and there'll be lots of opportunity for learning.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4, looking for approval of the agenda. I have one thing that I'd like to add, and that is a report back on 37th Ave, 37A Ave and 56th Street and the loitering on the corner. Was there anything else that wanted to be added to the agenda? Anything from administration? Nope. Looking for approval to add a request from administration for a report back on loitering on the south end. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. That'll be item 15-4. Item 5, regular meeting minutes for July 22nd. Looking for an approval. Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any errors or omissions? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving into Committee of the Whole, 9.1, Quarterly Finance Report, January to June 2024.
Good morning, Council. I'm here to present the quarterly finance update as of June 30th, 2024. Just letting you know that all of the reports have been updated for as of June 22nd council meeting, and then for actuals up till June 30th. So at that point, the city's revenue is about 62% of the budget, which means we are currently under by about 17K, but this is only half of the year. It does include all of the tax collected to date. And then expenses, we're currently at 39% of the budget, which means we're currently under by about 28.5 mil, but again, only halfway through the year. And then as of right now, we're sitting at operating surplus of about 10K. Some of the highlights for our revenue side is that the 2024 property tax has been levied, revenue has been recorded, penalties on outstanding tax were applied in January at 15%, and then another 9% was applied in July 3rd, 2024, so that's already passed. And then another penalty of 6% will be calculated in October 1st, 2024. Grant revenues is expected to be lower than budget because of Canada Summer Jobs, which we were expecting to receive, but we didn't qualify for, as well as the original agreement with recycling with the county, which was budgeted, was higher than how much we will be receiving. We are still currently getting recycling. It is just part of the ICF now, the Municipal Collaboration Framework, instead of a separate recycling agreement. Sales revenues expected to be lower as well due to fewer cemetery plots being sold, as well as the automatic traffic enforcement program not being started until August 2024. Enforcement has prioritized this, and this will be reflected in the 2025 budget request. Several sources of revenue have actually exceeded budget, including storm revenue, interest income, that's basically how much we're earning our investments, and as well as our main bank, and other revenue by $250,000, which includes transfer from the old memorial fund, which is now sitting in the city because that one's been closed. Storm revenue and other revenue will be transferred to reserve at year end. On the expense side, some of the approved operating projects haven't commenced yet, so we're expecting costs to increase in third and fourth as these projects begin. This includes a construction project at City Hall, stormwater and catch basin projects, sidewalk and curb ramp rehab, and other facility maintenance projects. Utility fees, especially gas and electricity, is forecasted to exceed budget due to primarily to unexpected rise in electricity's market prices. And postage is expected to exceed budget as well, but a part of this, it will be recovered through the admin fee received from PSO's utilities, and another part of it is recovered through the paper bill fee that we're charging. On the capital side, the city has spent roughly $780,000 on capital project to date, with funding from grants, reserves, and current year taxation. Most of it is coming from reserve so far, and as well as some from grants. $103,000 is coming from current year taxation. So these represent projects where we have fully depleted all the grant and reserve amounts, and then so in order to fund it, we have to fund it from taxation. The biggest portion of this comes from the wastewater rehab on 55th Ave, which is covering legal fees associated with that project, and this represents about 6% of the total budget of the project. Just for council's awareness, finance has engaged a financial analyst to undertake the cleanup of the TCA registry. This was recommended by the auditors in the 2022 approved financial statement, and the aim is to reconcile and provide a detailed listing of the city's capital asset, and then so this will apply with accounting standards, as well as to make sure our insurance listing is up to date. Substantial progress has been made toward the city's vehicle, machinery, and equipment assets, and work on the other asset categories will commence once concerns regarding these groups have been addressed. So the biggest one there, once we get to it, will be our engineered asset and as well as our land. Investment balances. So the city's investment as of June 28th was $9,500,000. This is composed of about $4 million committed toward paying off future liability related to the landfill, as well as about $5.5 million in just general investment. This is the market value of the investment, which means it is subject to market fluctuation. Majority of the city's investment is in the fixed income fund with guaranteed principal, so this helps protect the city investment from market forces and is required under the MGA. Additionally, the city's operating bank account has currently earned an average of 5.4% to date. According to the bank account, this will probably go down in the next couple quarters. Total interest earned on investment and bank account as of June is $622,000. Investment revenue has been built into the city's budget, and the portion related to reserves will be allocated to reserves at year end. As for grant update, so as of June, we had about 2.4 mil maximum approved by per our agreements, of which we have yet to receive 684,000. A lot of that is because project either haven't been completed or we have completed the SFE, which is required at the end of the project, and we're just waiting for them to pay us. Completed reporting, so those are the projects that have been finished, and we're just, again, waiting for the money to be received. We're expecting about 5K to be received, and we currently have 4.8K, which we have received, and we haven't actually spent as part of the project, which means we'll need to give it back to them. The recurring category includes your LGFF and your CCBF, so Local Government Fiscal Framework, and your Canada Community Building Fund, so your big capital project grants. As of June, we're expecting to receive 2.6 million, and then we have 747,000 that's currently, we have received it, we just haven't committed to any project yet. The city has applied for and is waiting a decision on the Enable Accessibility Fund for the Accessibility Study Project. And we're also working actively with FCM on the full application of the Clean Energy Improvement Program. A detailed listing of all the grant updates are attached as 1 point grant reporting is attachment to the RFD. The city was recently awarded the Heritage Preservation Partnership Program. The city is also reviewing several grants, but choose not to apply, and the main reason for not applying was that the departments determined they do not have the sufficient capacity to complete the required work. And additional factor is that many grants are supporting green retrofits and eco-friendly projects, and the city is currently focused on enhancing its existing preventative maintenance standards to ensure optimal equipment performance. As such, the city is not in a position to take on additional more complex maintenance tasks related to eco-components. As well, the city and the county are actively working toward amounts receivable as part of the 2022 and 2023 ICF. Slight update on the Canadian Energy Improvement Program. So the city has successfully completed the pre-application, and we are now authorized to submit the full application. The Clean Energy Improvement Program has two parts, a grant of about $438,000 and a loan about $876,000. So the city must repay the loan to the FCM, so the Federal of Canadian Municipalities. The city will collect this repayment through the property tax of residents who apply for and qualify for the program. As well, the city needs to commit $328,845 to the program, which represents the 20% municipal contribution that is required as part of the grant application. This amount will be reimbursed to the city through property taxes collected from residents who apply for and qualify for the program. Admin is recommending committing this balance from the stabilization reserve. For reference, I have attached the required letters called in attachment 4, letter to Green Municipal Fund, and that is the letter to the FCM that needs to be signed by the city as part of the grant application. Reserve update. So details of the city's reserve balances are in the attachment called reserve reporting. The city currently has a reserve balance of 20.8 million, which includes 287,000 in reserves held on behalf of the library. 5.8 mil of the reserves have been previously committed toward existing project, and another 15 mil of the reserve are currently uncommitted. So that means there's no project or anything attached to it. Reserve balances have been increased by the 2024 budgeted transfer and by the proceeds from the sale of the Memorial Arts Center. At year end, additional increase in reserve will be recorded for the interest earned on reserve balances. Notably, the city's contingency and stabilization are currently dwindling and have a combined uncommitted balance of about $617K. Just wanting to bring that to council's attention. Maintaining a healthy balance in these two reserves is essential for the city to cover unforeseen costs. As a conclusion, as of June 30th, 2024, the city is projected to be in balance without any significant surplus or deficit. The city should consider allocating additional fund to the contingency and stabilization reserve in the 2025 budget to ensure adequate coverage for unexpected costs. And Finance is planning on bringing the third quarter update at a November council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to accept as information. Councillor Blatz, I'll open it up for discussion. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you for the report. And I know in conclusion you've indicated that there's balance without significant surplus or deficit. When you use the adjective significant, what does that mean?
To Councillor, I just meant anything over, like, we can probably expect of a I don't want to say expect because that's giving an impression. It just means it wouldn't be anything shocking. Like I would say about 1 mil is more reasonable. Anything over 5 is what I consider significant.
So percentage-wise, like 2% is okay and 10% is not.
From an accounting perspective, anything over 10, I would say, is the big shocker, and anything around 1 or 2 is you can kind of expect it. That's why I wouldn't call that significant.
So, given what you've just shared, then, that we may have an insignificant surplus or an insignificant deficit. With the shifts then in the increased revenue and the decreased revenue, and we've got a utility cost increase of $400,000. So is there any plans to adjust our current financial or our budgets?
To Councillor, there's no plan to update the 2024 budget, but we definitely are incorporating all of these in the 2025 budget.
Okay, so then through the chair to administration, as we progress through the remaining months of this year on our budget, what actions are taken to monitor where we are so we can keep within that significant or insignificant time frame?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, each of the GMs is responsible to make sure that a forecast to complete or financial analysis is done in each of their divisions, and we're monitoring and shifting where needed within policy. Most of what Rachel spoke about is you can always expect about at least 1% attrition through staffing. Staffing seems to be the area that we do have surplus when we have vacant positions. The rest of our budget is fairly accurate within a few percent. And if any of those changes look to be significant, either over or under, we would report back to council.
Thank you. There was mention that significant work has happened with regard to TCAs. And the question I submitted was, what was the percentage of TCAs project completed? And I realize that's probably not a fair question, so I would rephrase that TCAs are a vital component of an audited financial statement. So with the number of months remaining and the amount of TCA work left to be done, is it anticipated that the work on TCAs will be completed for the 2024 audit? To
Councillor, I had a discussion with the auditors, and there will be a potentially restatement of the previous years as part of the TC cleanup. I don't want to say how much percentage we've done. Okay. But there's definitely work, and there's a chance that the 2024 might also be qualified for it, but I don't know at this current time.
And then, so how many people are working currently on just their prime profile is TCA work?
Oh, we currently have one lady that's completely dedicated to the TCA project, and then she's requiring assistance from all the departments. So I know she's currently contacted rec, fire, IT, and then there'll need to be a lot of contribution from engineering once we get there.
And so through to administration, then, would more help working on TCAs ensure completeness so that we can move away from a qualified audit in 2024?
I would just like to Councillor, I would just like to say that for 2024, even if we don't get qualified for TCA, we will be for ARO, Asset Retirement Obligations. So at this point, I don't see how we will have a clean one just for 2024. But it's not unfeasible to expect a clean one for 2025. Oh, I mean, we could always appreciate more help, but I don't want finance to be greedy when it comes to asking for more help.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Honestly, I need to take that back and think about it. I'm not sure how much more help we can, like, I can see where areas where we get more help will make this faster. I just don't know how to use it properly yet. I need to take this back and think more about it.
Thank you. And my
Just before you move on, just for our friends at home, TCA is tangible capital
yes,
assets.
sorry.
No worries.
Sorry, it only took me 100 years to figure that out. And my last question, and please bear with me on this, when we go to the grant update, and I know you attempted to enlighten us in your presentation this morning, but I'm not enlightened. So when we talk about, let's take the first line, approved and received. So I'm assuming from this that we've been approved for $2.4 million in grants. Would that be a correct assumption?
To Councillor, so approved and received means that,
No. So I'm just talking about the first line where it says maximum amount approved by agreement, 2.4.
oh, yes. So that means we have an agreement with an external party to receive up to 2.4 mil.
Thank you. And then moving over one line where it says amount received and unspent, 0. So does that mean we have not received any of that 2.4?
It means that all the amount that received as part of that 2.4, we have already spent it.
And then the last column says amount receivable to date, which means?
It means that we have spent money out of that agreed 2.4, and we're expecting to receive back 684.
So at the end, then, we have received all of the 2.4 million except 683,000?
Yes.
Okay, we're partway through this. Thank you. If I jump down to recurring, those would be ongoing federal provincial grants of 6.7 million. So those have been approved and agreed upon.
Yes.
Correct?
That's right, yeah.
Amount received, so we have received some of that 6.7, but we have unspent 747,000.
Yes, so that means out of the 6.8, we have 748 that is currently not committed to any projects.
And then the last column of 2.6 would represent what then?
Amount that will be receivable from the province or from the feds this year.
Against the 6.7 million.
That's right.
Great. We got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Where to start? Through to administration, through the chair. Talked about grants. Sorry, I'm just going to go through my notes here, trying to see what has already been asked. Actually, I'm going to skip that. There was had to do with the cemetery and expected revenue shortfall of $110,000 on the cemetery plots being sold. Trying to get clarification, did we budget $110,000 too much for cemetery plots in this year?
So yes, we did budget higher in cemetery plots than we are expecting to receive based off current projections.
And was $110,000 in cemetery plots a reasonable amount? Like what, I guess my question is how much do we usually sell? What did we sell? And how are we out by $110,000?
To Councillor, we did receive quite a bit more in 2023 and 2022. So based off those years, 110 wouldn't be unreasonable. I was informed by cemetery that this year just less people died.
Good. As far as grants go, we talked about that we did not apply, or sorry, that we did not receive the Canada Summer Students Grant, as well as some dollars coming in from the county. Is there any other grants that have not been fulfilled that we applied for?
To Councillor, there is, so these are the only two grants that we actually built into our budget.
Yeah.
So there are other grants which we didn't qualify for, but has no budget impact at all.
Okay. On the return on investment on the forecast, I think it was 5.4%, I believe. Going into the next year, or this fall's budget going in for 2025, has that been looked at of what calculation is going to be going forward? Because I'm going to guess that that's not a reasonable expectation going forward.
To Councillor, as part of the 2025, we're definitely going to have to relook at how much we forecast in interest income, because consistently in the past couple of years, we're getting quite a bit. I would expect less in the next year just because of the Bank of Canada rate coming down, but it would probably still increase our 2025 budget by a little bit. Maybe not quite as much.
Okay, and hang on. Sorry, guys.
We'll also need to budget for a decrease in LGFF as well coming up.
And that's an acronym for?
That's what?
An acronym for?
Oh, sorry, Local Government Fiscal Framework. That one had already been identified.
My last question has to do with the infrastructure tax, and I don't think this is a finance department question. So to administration, we have an uncommitted balance of $2.9 million, and we talked about, I think I asked a couple months ago about this. Will this money be spent by the end of the year?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, not in the 2024 year. However, we are behind. We took a pause in local improvements for COVID. And so we do plan to get that program reignited, and we'll need that money to cover the city's portion of the work that needs to be done.
And I guess where I'm leading with this is that we're going into budget in 2025, and we're just over 1.6 million that we'll be adding to the kitty again. Is that a reasonable amount? Do we have the ability to spend that money, I guess, is where I'm going with this. And if it's not obtainable, then why collect that tax?
We do. As a matter of fact, we need to go back and revisit that entire reserve and start adding more to it, because we are behind in all of our asset management. And so once we get a strategy in place and council approved, we do anticipate that there could be an increase to that reserve.
Good. So I mean, obviously there is an infrastructure deficit. My concern, of course, is do we have the capacity to spend the money, or the will, I guess. And I do have one last question. Sorry, guys. It had to do, I just saw it, in the grants being applied for, investigated, and decided not to pursue. On the last column, it says not, reason for not funding, and it says departments lacks sufficient capacity. Who decides that?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we primarily SLT will sit down and look at these. Rachel often finds a grant, sends it to us, or we get information from council, and we investigate the grant. Rachel does a quick synopsis of what it's about, and then we sit down as SLT and say, can we take this on with our existing staff? So for a really good example of this, there was grant money that came available for affordable housing. But we know that we can't apply for that until we have an affordable housing assessment that's done, which council gave us direction to do. So we're trying to make sure that we're not applying for grants without having that foundation set. So do we have the reports that are needed? Do we have the staff that can manage the project? Once we get the maintenance stuff under control, our hope is that we come back to council and say, yes, we would love to apply for this grant, but we're going to need a body or a truck or whatever resources are required, and then get council to approve those as we go. We're just not quite there yet. We have looked at applying for one for an asset management support staff, even though we don't have the ability to take that on right now. The grant was time restricted, and so we did apply for it, and we will be having that discussion with council as part of the 2025 budget if it looks like we're going to get it, and then potentially push that to a 2026 project, just so that we make sure we have all of our ducks in a row before we ask for the money.
Thank you.
Anything further? Yep, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair, I think to Sue, but maybe to Shelley, and it's sort of relating to Councillor Billings' last question, and it really is just for my information. I'm not trying to. When I was reading that, I was I was concerned that we're not able to take advantage of some of these green retrofits and things like that, just especially because it is one of our 4 pillars. So, do we have an idea when? And when the maintenance piece will be close, that we might be able to start, because I respect the importance of that. So is that a 5-year plan? Is that a 2-year plan? Just sort of an idea, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, I do think that we're less than 5 years away from being stable enough to be able to take on more work. A lot of it does, it will require more staffing. So if it is a focus of council, we can sit down and come up with a strategy and say, and this asset management one that I just spoke of is part of that strategy, where we can get grants to get people here to do the foundational work that we need in order to continue and make that a program. Once we do get to that point, though, we will need more staff. So let's say it's environmental stuff. We would need a person dedicated in our environmental services area to make sure that we've applied for, we're reporting on, we're able to manage those projects properly. So in some cases, the requests that we have coming to the 2025 budget process for more staffing will help us get there.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I noticed that there was a point where we talked about getting awarded the Heritage Preservation Partnership Program. How much money is that grant, and what are we using it for?
To Councillor, so that grant is $21,000, and it's for City Hall rehab exterior repainting.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. And then my second question is for the Clean Energy Improvement Program. Since we're still writing letters and still working on the commitment of dollars and everything, I remember at the beginning of the year we were talking about how we're expecting to roll out this program in the beginning of 2025. Do you think we're still on track for that, or is it now looking later?
To Councillor, so if we can get the Councillor approval today, all we need is another letter from one of the MLAs, and mine and the city manager's resume to be updated, and then we can apply it. So FCM is expecting to start anywhere in Q1 2025, Q2 2025.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Anything further? What is the amount outstanding with our ICF, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework with the county?
Sorry, this might take
Yeah,
me
no
a minute.
worries. Sorry, I should have sent that before.
Mr. Mayor, I could pop in and give you a brief update while Rachel's looking for that. So I did meet with the county CAO, and we had a discussion about the outstanding, there's 2 years of outstanding bills, the 2022 and 2023. I have requested that they pay the base amount, and Rachel will give you those numbers right away. And then if there are any concerns about the increases, that we bring those to our committees next, and then if the committees cannot solve it, then it would go to the councils to discuss. So I'm hopeful that they're going to give us that money soon, although as of last week, they have not yet.
If there was concerns with the amount owing, the process for that has been established through our ICF agreement.
Correct.
So are we waiting for that process to start, or do we need to initiate that?
The first step is the CAO is to meet and discuss it, which we've done twice now. And then I said to him the next process is for the ICF committees to meet, and I will get back to him this week to find out when we're going to schedule that.
And does that need to be a direction of council, or does that just happen automatically?
It happens automatically.
Perfect, thank you.
And to the mayor, I found the number. So it was 833,000 from 2022 and 873,000 from 2023, which adds up to about 1.7 mil.
Where would we put that money from the ICF?
Sorry, where we put it?
So we received $1.7 million.
Yes, we're expected to receive that. Yeah.
Right. Where are we going to put that?
It goes in. It
Covers
goes.
expenses. Covers,
It's part of our general surplus.
okay.
Sorry, it's already accounted for in the revenues for those departments. So if rec costs X number of dollars and by per capita, it would offset the cost for that department.
I guess my point is that we've put out this money for operations. We've got an agreement with the county with the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework. So the city, since 2022, has been paying for those operating costs, waiting for the county's portion as per the agreement. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, Sue, you mentioned that you asked that they pay the base amount. When you say base amount, how is that different than the numbers that Rachel's given us?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So originally when the ICF agreement was finalized, they were the hard costs for each of the areas that were agreed upon, recreation, recycling, etc. So in each of those areas, what was missed originally was the support services, so IT, HR, all of the other costs that the municipality incurs as a result of having that recreational activity. And so we have added those in, which I think is an extra 100 and some odd thousand for each year. And so when I did have the discussion with Scott, I said, it would be a sign of good faith to actually pay that amount now. And then if you are concerned, or if their council is concerned about the rest, to have that discussion with our council.
Thank you. And my next question is sort of a follow-up to Mayor Gandam's, and that is, we've incurred the cost, which means we have taken money out of our accounts that could be earning interest in order to pay those operational costs, whereas the county has been putting the money into bank and incurring interest by not paying us. Do we have any penalties associated with non-payment of those funds?
No, the ICF legislation does not allow for us to charge interest or claw back any of that lost revenue.
And in the event that your request for good faith is not met, where does that leave us in terms of collecting those sums of money?
Like I said, we will set a a meeting up with the ICF committees as quickly as possible. And if they can't come to an agreement, the next step is for the councils to meet. If the councils cannot agree, then it goes to arbitration.
Thank you very much.
I move that City Council commit $328,845 from the stabilization reserve towards the clean energy improvement program as required by the grant application.
Sorry, just a point of order here. We have to actually move that out of committee of whole. The only things that motions made in committee of the whole are to refer to the regular one or take as information. I should have caught that, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me? It's good. Okay, perfect. Good morning, Mayor and Council. This report is to provide Council Committee of the Whole the information about implications of Municipal Affairs Statutes Act 2024. The Government of Alberta has recently passed the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024, the Act also known as Bill 20, which sets new rules for local elections and councils to enhance integrity and maintain public trust. The Act was passed with third reading on May 29, 2024, and received royal assent on May 30, 2024. The Act will come into force by proclamation on January 1, 2025. This Act will amend two key pieces of municipal-related legislation. One is Local Authorities Elections Act, LAEA, and the other is Municipal Government Act, MGA. The Local Authorities Election Act establishes the framework for the conduct of elections in Alberta municipalities, school divisions, irrigation districts, and Métis settlements. And the Municipal Government Act establishes the rules governing the conduct of local elected officials, ones on council, as well as overall administration and operation of municipal authorities in Alberta, including any policy those authorities may wish to implement. With the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024, changes will be made to local election rules under Local Authorities Elections Act. Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024 will also make changes to MGA related to accountability and housing development. Mr. Chair, this report only talks about the changes to Local Authority Elections Act. With the significant changes to Local Authority Elections Act, City of Wetaskiwin's elections bylaw will require amendments. Mr. Chair, as you can see that administration has prepared a table in this report to show the Council Committee of the Whole what are the key changes to Local Authority Elections Act and what is the current legislation status and what amendments will be required to the City of Wetaskiwin's elections bylaw. The table you can see Bill 20 changes, align a candidate eligibility criteria with councillor disqualification criteria in MGA, and the current status of legislation is candidates elected to council may face immediate disqualification due to misalignment with MGA's criteria. With that, there will be a change in City of Wetaskiwin election package information for potential candidates on page 10 of the package. This package I emailed to the council this morning, and if Jessica can open that. Yeah, on 10 there will be a potential change. The second one is allow municipalities to require criminal record checks for candidates. Currently there's no,
Yeah, can't read it. It's coming up there, fine.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we've just sent a message down to IT to see if something can be done.
This morning I sent you a package here. So the package, nomination package, I sent council this morning, and with the attachment of election bylaw. But right now we are talking about this report we have in our agenda. So those are like additional attached documents for this item. So I'm just referencing where changes will be made when we are going to make potential changes. Does screen look good, Mr. Chair? No?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the package is online, and I think it's just the screens. Does all of council have their laptops available? Because you could look through that, and then Noman could just continue to explain what's in the agenda package. Viewers at home?
Yeah.
I'm sure they can see it. It's just our screens internally that are not, the quality of the screens is not picking this up for some reason. I'm sure we do. Yeah. Yeah, we did have a staff member look into it on their computer, and it's looking just fine.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Alrighty, the second change will be allow municipalities to require criminal record checks for candidates. Currently, there is no provision in place. In City of Wetaskiwin election bylaw, we don't have anything, or in election package, we don't have anything in place. That would be something council would like to consider. Further, there will be a change, allow union and corporate donations to local candidates with the same donation limits as individual donors, 5K per municipality per year, allow donations outside the local election year and require annual reporting of donations. And the current legislation is unions and corporations were prohibited from donating to municipal campaigns in 2021 campaign. Donations outside of the campaign period, January 1st to December 31st in the year of a general election, were restricted to a maximum of 5K per year. So potentially there will be a change in our election package information on page 19 in campaign fundraising and expenses. Further, required third-party advertisers instead interested in plebiscites to register and report finances. Only Albertans, Alberta companies, and Alberta unions can contribute to issue-based third-party advertisers up to a maximum of 5K. The Local Authorities Elections Act only regulates third-party advertising for the promotion or opposition of a candidate during an election. There is no referencing to issue-based advertising in current legislation. And potentially for City of Wetaskiwin, in our election package, information for potential candidates, there will be potential change for on page 25 and 26 with the title third-party advertising. Next, limit donations to third-party advertisers to 5K per election period, which begins May 1st of the election year. Our current legislation, the current donations limit is $30,000 for all individuals, unions, and corporations. And there will be a change, potential change in election package on page 25 and 26. Further, enable regulating making authority to define local political parties. This approach will be piloted in Calgary and Edmonton. No provisions in place to regulate political parties at the local level, and we don't have anything in place with City of Wetaskiwin. Another change, repeal the municipal authority to develop a voter list. And current legislation is municipalities can prepare a voter list which must be shared with all candidates. And this is an operational change with the Bill 20. There is a section which actually requires, there is a mandatory thing we have to go to Alberta elections, and we have to share our voter list from them and get a voter list from them. Further, require municipalities to use the most current provincial register of electors from Elections Alberta. A permanent electors register is an internal document that assists with the conduct of an election. Municipalities can choose to develop one or not. So again, this will be an operational change. And another one is expand the use of special ballots while strengthening special ballots processes. Current legislation says special ballots can only be requested for very specific reasons, including physical disability, absence from the municipality, or for municipal election workers. In our election bylaw for this section, we only say that we're gonna follow the act, whatever is in the act. So we will we'll make some amendments in the act accordingly. The next one is about vouching. Limit vouching to the ability to vouch for someone's address. In current legislation, an elector can vouch for an individual's age, residence, and identity. In our current bylaw, we have nothing in place, so we just follow MGA if there is anything, Local Authorities Elections Act, if we have anything in place. And the next one is repeal the ability for a candidate's official agent or scrutineer to object to an elector. Our current legislation is candidates, official agents or scrutineers can object to an elector. However, the elector can still vote. So potentially there will be a change in our election package on page 27 with the title Candidates, Agents, and Scrutineers. The next one is enable regulation making authority to postpone elections in emergency. There is no provision in place right now, so nothing in place in our city of Wetaskiwin's bylaw. That is something I would say that if there is a flood or something, any emergency, there was nothing in place. So considering those situations, provincial government has proposed these changes. Next one is require recounts of requested by a candidate when the margin is within 0.5% of total votes. Current legislation is returning officers have discretion regarding recounts. So there will be potential change in our municipal election bylaws in section 17. And the next one is clarifying rules and streamlining processes for scrutineers. In current legislation, we don't have enough information about that. Concerns have been raised that rules for scrutineers are not clear. So we need to look into that for more information. Mr. Chair, you can also see the highlighted parts in this report, which shows potential amendments to the various sections of City of Wetaskiwin's elections bylaw. In the preamble of the Municipal Election Bylaw, which says, whereas pursuant to Local Authorities Election Act, an elected authority may provide for taking of votes of the electors by means of automated voting system. I have talked about it in that table. So basically, provincial government with these amendments, so no tabulators will be used, and there will be no machine counting in next elections. If council decides to go to make this change, so there will be a change in this preamble. In our election bylaw, we'll have to take this out. Similarly, section 2C and 2I of bylaw number 19921 municipal election bylaw states there's a definition of automated voting system. If there is a council decides to make a change, so that will be taken out. So section 7C, D, E, wherever like advanced voting section 8E of bylaw, institutional vote, section 10, automated voting system, that is entirely about how does it work and how the tabulators will be used. And section 11 of the bylaw states also there is a malfunction of automated voting system, unavailability of automated voting system. So wherever in our bylaw, those sections, they are actually directing us to use automated voting machines. So those will be potentially changed if council decides to.
But
get a new
Sorry,
bylaw.
Noman, we can't decide to change that. Our bylaw doesn't supersede an act. So the LAEA, or the Local Authorities Elections Act, and the MGA dictate what our bylaws would be, right?
Absolutely.
So we can't decide to take them out. They're just going to be taken out, and we
Yeah.
just have to amend our bylaws.
So what I mean when council direct administration to make changes, so we will make those
Yeah.
changes. Yeah.
But
So
we
that's-
could never say, our bylaw says we can use voting tabulators, so too bad.
No,
LAEA.
no, we can't do that.
Okay.
No. And for that is, to answer that question, I would also quote Section 13 of MGA. If there is a conflict or inconsistency between a bylaw and this or another enactment, the bylaw is no effect to the extent of the conflict or inconsistency. So definitely, so that's something. I'm just asking that council will direct administration to make amendments to the bylaw. And there will be a change in Schedule A of the bylaw. That is a general election, October 18, 2021. We have a ballot over there that will be changed for our next elections. So that will not be useful for this for next elections. So subject to any questions you might have, administration is recommending that Committee of the Whole accept this report as information and direct administration to bring municipal election bylaw with amendments aligned to the provisions of Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act, Bill 20, to the regular council meeting. Thank you.
Looking for a motion to accept as information. Councillor Billingsley, any discussion, comments, or questions? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? The second motion of this, directing administration to bring it back to council, you can just bring it back to council without being directed by council.
We can.
Perfect. Item 9.3, monthly city manager report to council.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is the first of what we were calling the monthly city manager reports to council, it should say, and the community. We've heard over the years that the community needs to be more informed in a number of different ways, and we certainly heard this at the Coffee with Council session that was held last week. I am looking for any input from the community and or council on other things and items that you would like to see in this report each month. We have, it could even be an entire different heading. So right now, currently, we have priorities and challenges, upcoming events, community connections, the city's human resources updates as much as we are able to share, project updates, communications, public participation opportunities, and department wins. I'm just going to highlight one from each area. So currently, the priorities and challenges that we're having, this one, I'm looking at number 2, so ensuring that customer concerns are being dealt with through our existing processes so we can avoid issues becoming community hot topics. We did have a discussion about this at the community coffee or council coffee event this last week. We do know that there are concerns that the public may feel are not being dealt with properly, and so we're encouraging residents to contact the city so that we can try and fix this problem. We talk a little bit about it more in the HR section. So if we do not know that there are issues, we're not monitoring rant and rave to figure out, you know, what concerns have not been addressed. And so it would really help us if the public could reach out to us directly, and then we can help deal with those issues. In the challenges section, we did talk about the break-ins and theft from Co-op Place, and we just found out we also had a break-in at Public Works this weekend. So, you know, we are looking at what we can do to try and stop this sort of thing, but I think it's still a carryover from COVID and a sign of the times. A lot of places are getting broken into, but we're monitoring this to see what we can do to avoid future break-ins. For city events, we've listed several. Some are just, you know, city hall closures and things like that as information. But one of the things I wanted to highlight here is that if you have not already done so, residents are encouraged to add items to our community calendar. The community calendar is also something that you can get notified on, and I speak about that a little bit later. So any events that are happening in the community get added to the calendar on our website, and you can automatically, when you subscribe to that, have them come into your own calendar at home. For community connections, I wanted to highlight that the City of Wetaskiwin's Employee Social Club team teamed up with FCSS and the Salvation Army to gather new and gently used school supplies for our community, and they ran that from August 1st until 12th. And they had a total of 23 backpacks. I'm not sure if any came in after the report was done, to make sure that these are, the supply lists were provided as well, so that they could make sure that they could fully stock these for the children in our community. So that was a huge success, and it was done completely by our staff social club. I thought that was really awesome, and I know they have some stuff planned for Christmas as well, so stay tuned for that. In our human resources area, we look at training and development and employment. And so in the training and development area, we do have governance training planned for September 11th that is going to be mandatory for all of our leadership team and supervisors. We do plan to take the highlights from this training session and then make that available on our website so that people can understand. I think there is some confusion sometimes between what council is responsible for, what administration is responsible for, and how the two interact. And so we'll be sharing as much of that as possible with the community. In the employment area, we talk about open positions and ongoing positions that we post for, and just some internal changes that we're making. But I wanted to highlight that we had our first ever Health and Safety Week this year, and the feedback that we received was really positive. We are planning already improvements for next year's program, and we look forward to this being an annual event for our staff. In the community services, compliments and complaints area, again, we did receive a kudos, which was great, but I did want to highlight, and there are links in this RFD, so you can just simply click on those to get informed. So if we do have citizens that their concerns have not been met, I'm encouraging them to fill out the feedback form that's online, and that link is provided. Obviously, we do strive to meet our directive, which is 2 business days to get back to people, but we recognize that sometimes that isn't happening. And if you are unable or unwilling to fill out that form, if you could send me an email, and I have provided my direct email address there, I would appreciate it so that we can start dealing with some of those concerns. The project update sections, this one, due to vacations and overlaps in vacations, I didn't expand this out really well right now, but what I hope to do is bring this back monthly. I know right now you get them quarterly with the financial update, and I don't think that's, by the time you get the updates, either there's nothing to update because we haven't started them, it's too early in the year, or by the time we get to the meat and potatoes of what's happening, the projects are already done. So I'm gonna fill this out a little bit more, and the things we're gonna be looking at is, you know, what are the approved projects? Did we meet the timelines? Are we on budget? And are we meeting the quality that was approved by council? So we will go through those each month. For communications, we also have provided a lot of links in this area too, and we're also putting in news bulletins since the last reporting period, so that you can see, for those of you that aren't on social media or having trouble maneuvering our website, these links will provide easy access for you to see what we've put out to the public. For public participation, I wanted to highlight there is a survey on What If Wetaskiwin, and the link is in there on the playground survey. I did have a few people that didn't catch the advertising when that one went out, so they were quite surprised but happy that it was there, so I wanted to highlight that for the public to go in and fill out that survey. And then department wins, so I wanted to highlight the finance department in this section. They have been saddled with a lot of issues over the last few years in cleanup. We have new auditors, and of course they're highlighting areas that need to be improved, and this team is really working towards that, and we do appreciate the support that council has shown by giving us the resources that we need in order to clean this up. We are making huge progress towards getting a clean audit, and as Rachel mentioned earlier, it may still be another year, but you can rest assured that with the resources that you've given us, we are on track to make sure that that is going to be successful. So that is my monthly update for this month, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Looking for a motion to accept as information.
So moved.
Councillor Nielsen, open it up to questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, a couple of questions here. On your report under priorities and challenges, you indicated that one of the challenges is cleaning up old files or getting workloads caught up to where they should be. Can you expand on that, please?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it really doesn't matter what department we're looking at. Every month I get a general manager coming and saying, okay, we found this, we need to go back, we need to clean it up. It could be a process, it could be something we're not tracking, it could be the planning and development is a really good one. So complaints that were lodged that were never investigated, or non-compliant land use issues. And so sometimes, especially in planning and development, those files take a very long time, and they're taking staff away from the future work that we're hoping to move the department forward in. So depending on the department and the type of issues that we're finding, it is exhausting resources. Finance is just an easy one because we've come to you several times and asked for extra staff. In these other areas, we've taken on cleaning up the old files without asking for extra staff. However, in some of those areas, that'll change through this year's budget requests.
Thank you. You also indicated that we've seen an escalation in abusive patrons at Manluck to front staff and lifeguards. Could you tell us how those kinds of situations are currently being handled and what the changes might be moving forward in supporting our staff?
Sure. We are looking at redirecting training and development dollars that have been unused. So we've put the call out to the entire organization to say, you know, if you're not anticipating to use some of these dollars, we'd like to pull these back in. One of the first things we want to do is make sure that our frontline staff actually have the ability to take training that's going to kind of empower them to be able to deal with these issues and not let them escalate right at the counter. We are looking at mental health supports, processes that are changed. We're looking at signage that we're putting up. So in a lot of areas, we have a lot of papers that were put up with little pieces of information, and we're going to remove all of that and put up respectful workplace signage that's very visible, and really try to stop the behavior before it grabs hold and requires some sort of intervention from a supervisor. So that's some of the things that we're first starting with, but it is something that we talk about regularly at our SLT meetings to make sure that we're staying ahead of any concerns that are coming.
Thank you. And I guess what I'm sort of leading up to here, I think it's one thing to say, here's our expectations. There's another thing related to, I don't want to call them consequences necessarily, but a response. Mm-hmm. And it's one thing, I guess, to say, you know, we're going to train our staff to manage the abusive behavior. But have we looked at simply saying, you're not welcome in our facility?
We have, and I know this has been something that the community has talked a lot about too, and what we're hoping to do is develop a criteria that we can share with the community so that they understand when someone's actually been banned from a building, it's not because of one statement that was made. There was a history and a behavior that they were warned was unacceptable, and now they've been removed from our building. So we're developing out the criteria to basically say, in these instances, you'll get a warning. You get X number of warnings before you're banned from the building. Sometimes it could be 6 months, sometimes it could be permanently. And so once we build out that criteria, we'll be able to share that with council and the public.
Great, thank you. Under employment, there's 7 open positions, and I'm curious about how long they've been open. Sure. Under employment, there's 7 open positions. I'm curious to know how long they've been open. And the second part of the employment is 4 of 7 come out of the recreation area, but it's not reported as a challenge. So is rec operating okay with these 4 vacancies? So I guess it's 2 questions there, Sue.
Mm-hmm. The A lot of them have not been open for a long time. The community development facilitator is. It was advertised originally under a different title, and it's the second time for this one. Whenever we have a job posting that is not getting enough traction or qualified applicants, we look at it for, you know, is the job description accurate? Is the pay appropriate? Have we missed something? Do we need to advertise in other areas? And so we do take a look at these, and typically if we get to a point where we can't fill it, we may enlist a recruiter to help us. But very rarely do we have to go to that extent. This particular one, we did have a discussion about this actually just last week, and we're going to continue to monitor it. So this is the second time being posted this way. If we're not successful, we are going to revisit this position. The other ones are typically positions that are filled by their entry-level positions, so people are moving on to other positions or going back to school. And so we do typically see this kind of movement over in rec. If they get to the point where they're having a struggle, they will raise that with us and we will look at a strategy on what to do. I think one of those we brought up last year where we used to have, we had term positions and it wasn't working, and so we flipped those to permanent positions. And so we have those discussions with council to make sure that we're assessing getting our positions filled. And I should note, this amount is the lowest, like the turnover that we've had in the vacant positions is the lowest that we've had for several years. So we are moving in the right direction.
Great, thank you. And then my last question is related to, first off, I think this is a great idea in terms of letting the community know what's going on at an operational level. And so my question is, beyond seeing it here, where else would the public be able to access this kind of report?
So we did hear last week that our website is not very friendly for people. This will be highlighted in our council recap, and we'll put a link to where these documents can be stored. Like they're on our iCompass, but people were saying they had trouble locating that. So we'll make sure that there's a link for the public.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? I'd just like to highlight the John Maud and Susan Quinn Charitable Foundation. They had donated $150,000 to the city and $150,000 to the county for the solar project, and both were filled within, well, the county filled up really quickly and ours filled in within a month and a half or two. So a lot more solar projects going on in Wetaskiwin, as well as the opportunity with the Clean Energy Improvement Program coming as well. So for approval of that as information, those in favor? Carried, thank you. Community-based policing report 9.4.
Good morning, Council. In December 2023, the 4 communities of Wetaskiwin, the County of Wetaskiwin, the Town of Millet, and Camrose signed in support of a funding agreement for a grant. A request for proposal was developed and posted, and through the selection process, the report was awarded to MNP. Chris Manuel, a senior manager for MNP, led the report and is here today online to present a summary and highlights of that report. Hopefully he's online.
I am, yes.
Morning,
Okay,
Chris.
good morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. As was mentioned, MNP was engaged to conduct this study. This morning, what I will do is focus primarily on the city of Wetaskiwin as opposed to the other partners, but may speak where there's commonality there. So the first part of the project involved some initial stakeholder engagement in which some themes emerged. Those included property crime concerns, particularly around theft, trespassing, break and enter, were raised by many of the engagement participants, but were most prevalent with actually the rural stakeholders as it pertained to property crimes. However, urban social disorder, things such as public intoxication, loitering, trespass, mischief, disturbances, and theft were reported as concerns within the city of Wetaskiwin. Some stakeholders raised attention to what they believed was a high density of pawn shops and liquor stores within Wetaskiwin, and raised some question as to whether those particular business types had impacts related to the social disorder and potential criminal activity. We did some analysis regarding that and found that as it pertains to liquor stores, Wetaskiwin is not unique in an Alberta context. For municipalities, there certainly is, compared to a national average, a higher distribution of, higher concentration of liquor stores within urban municipalities in Alberta. However, Wetaskiwin is a bit of an outlier as it pertains to pawn shops, in that we identified 8 pawn shops within Wetaskiwin, which was certainly the highest kind of per capita amount of any community that we found within Alberta for urban municipalities. And to provide some context to it, the city of Grand Prairie, which is many times larger than the city of Wetaskiwin, has only 1, and the city of Red Deer has 3. So that being said, the municipality does have a bylaw that regulates activities and has some reporting requirements to support police investigations when concerns are raised. And certainly it was reported during the review that we conducted that the municipality had actively been engaging and following up with those bylaw requirements. So there is some best practices as to how to manage the licensing of pawn shops and secondhand dealers, and those do seem to be in place in Wetaskiwin presently. But it was just identified as being somewhat unique in the Alberta context. There was also reports of a reluctance to report incidents to police at times, particularly what would be deemed as lower priority or lower severity crimes, with reasons being given as not feeling like a nuisance, believing that nothing potentially could be done, or that responses may be significantly delayed. There was a reported, what I would call an increase in the perception of crime and a deteriorating sense of safety that may not align with the statistics in the analysis from that at times. I think this is, again, not unique to the city of Wetaskiwin. It's something that we're seeing pretty prevalent across most municipalities. It likely has to do with greater community engagement with things such as social media and those sorts of things, where when incidents do occur, they are shared, and in the dissemination of information of that sort of thing is much more broad than it historically maybe would have been. There's also the constant combating of misinformation, and misinformation can certainly deteriorate sense of safety as well. We were told that there was a desire to see more digital engagement with the police. Certainly some inroads from the RCMP have been made in this regard over the last number of years. And the municipality, I was told, is trying to partner and amplify some of that messaging as well. But there certainly seems to be some greater community desire to have two-way communication through, I guess, digital means. And police resourcing concerns. It came through very clearly that the community and the stakeholders we engaged viewed the police as professional and respectful, and generally quick to respond, particularly to high priority calls. But there was a desire to see more resources, as doesn't really come as a surprise. However, the desire was actually mostly focused on specialized resources. And what I mean by that was specifically the regional police and crisis teams were singled out by many of the stakeholders as an area for expansion. Presently, the detachment is served by a team that also serves the greater region. And I think it was identified that there's great value behind that integrated approach of partnering a mental health professional with a police officer. The only criticism came that they wish there was more of them and more availability, which is a fair point. So following the current state, or following the engagement, we moved into a current state assessment where we did a more thorough review of the occurrences being reported to the RCMP detachment, what the top calls for service were, what the resourcing has been, and there's some strengths and challenges that emerged from that. The first strength we'll touch on is what we call combined post-policing. So the Wetaskiwin RCMP detachment is really a consolidation of both the municipal RCMP contract as well as provincial policing resources, which serve the town of Millet, the county of Wetaskiwin, and also the Camrose County. Where the benefits come with that is they truly operate as a single team under a single command structure, and it allows for the more efficient allocation and utilization of those resources. In the city of Wetaskiwin's case, it's a net benefit to the city of Wetaskiwin in that the majority of calls for service that members from that detachment are attending are within the city of Wetaskiwin, and also the detachment facility itself and personnel are based and centered in the city of Wetaskiwin. We did notice that the municipal staffing complement from the city of Wetaskiwin is 2 times higher than the provincial average for municipalities of your size. So there's certainly more police officers than would be expected for a community of your size. That is obviously a result of the workforce demand that those members have as far as file loads and calls for service that they attend. But it also has financial implications for the city, which you'd all be keenly aware of. Police is an expensive service, and having twice as many as some comparator municipalities will certainly affect the financial costs for the city. On a provincial side, the provincial complement at the detachment is again higher than the average for provincial RCMP detachments, in that it's about 1.4 times higher than that of provincial detachments throughout the province. We do find that response times, particularly in the municipal detachment, are better than provincial averages, likely related to the higher complement of police officers. The vacancy rates are an area that is often raised as a concern with a lot of our CMP detachments, but we actually found that in Wetaskiwin's case, that the vacancies are actually much better and in line with what you would expect to see with any municipal police service. At times, they've been as high as 90%, and they've been sitting just under that for the last couple of years. So on a provincial basis, the vacancy rates are much better. The other piece that was interesting was we often hear in a lot of municipalities concern about the tenure of the police officers, the experience level, the years of service that they have under their belts, with many detachments reporting to us that they're primarily frontline police by relatively inexperienced police officers kind of within their first posting, having 0 to 5 years of experience. What we found in Wetaskiwin is the opposite of that. There's very few junior officers, with almost in the entirety having at least one posting prior to Wetaskiwin. So that does bring a more experienced police officer to the community. That is likely a result of the Wetaskiwin's proximity to a major hub, being the Edmonton metro region, where a lot of those officers are able to, over their careers, kind of situate themselves in a base community, and then from that base community work multiple detachments. An example that would be members that live in Leduc. Maybe they previously were posted in Leduc and then have the ability to take a transfer to Wetaskiwin without necessarily uprooting their families. So we saw it as real positive in regard to the experience that a member would bring to your community. One of the drawbacks to that model is it may result in less members living within the community. In anecdotally, that was observed, where we believe a good number of the members do not live in Wetaskiwin. And what that flags for us is where you lose a little bit there is historically the police officer that was the hockey coach, or the just an involved community member outside of their paid duties of work would be less than it may have historically been. So it just represents opportunity that if those informal relationships don't exist to the same extent, that finding ways to find more formal community involvement and engagement is more important. And we touch on that within our recommendations, as well as, we'll get to that when we get to the recommendations. The staffing levels, we touched on, response times, service offerings. So one of the benefits with the contract policing model that you have with the RCMP is there's access to both the what I'll call regional or district level resources. Those include the regional police and crisis team. It can include the regional crime reduction unit, ident services, and so on, that are shared amongst other detachments within your district. You also get the greater benefit of the full provincial policing service resources, which are more primarily based out of Carey Division and include things such as the emergency response teams, as well as air services. Those additional resources have been deployed within Wetaskiwin at times, and certainly kind of benefit the community when they're required. It was reported that their RCMP do perform regular patrols, they do participate in community events, and they are trying to incorporate strategic operations, particularly with the augmentation of additional resources that started to land in 2021, to really focus on priority crimes, habitual offenders, community hotspots, those sorts of things. Now, when we go into some of the weaknesses we identified, clearly, as was identified in the preamble to the report, Wetaskiwin's CSI, particularly the violent CSI, had seen a pretty significant increase from about 8 years ago, where it increased pretty rapidly up to 2019, and since 2019 has stayed, hasn't increased significantly, but has not decreased significantly. That being said, following the release of this report, the 2023 Crime Severity Index was released, and it did show that there was a 9.5% overall reduction in crime severity, as well as a 27% reduction in violent crime severity. A couple of comments in regard to the CSI. We did dig into the CSI specifically to see what were drivers that were leading to the CSI increase, and has there been improvement made in those areas? And the short answer to that is the crimes that were making up the initial spike consisted of areas such as robbery, kidnapping, offenses related to death. That was in 2016, 17, 18. Those were like the drivers, and obviously very serious offenses. When we look at what's driving the increase now, so those offenses have declined since that period of time, likely a result of the focused effort to driving them down. Since 2019, what we've seen is a significant increase in mischief offenses, an increase in arson offenses. When I say arson offenses, they're not necessarily a home being burnt to the ground, although it could be. It's oftentimes garbage cans and those sorts of things that are more related to social disorder. Drug trafficking and offensive weapons are two that are driven up the crime severity index a bit as well. Now, one of the things with those is they would be considered, in my mind, proactive offenses. Those are when you create a crime reduction unit and you deploy police officers to do proactive work, you get results such as drug trafficking charges and offensive weapons and those sorts of things. So I would say that the increase in score related to those particular items is almost a victim of your own success on the policing side, in that unfortunately the crime severity index and the way that it's weighted and scored does not disseminate between what's reactionary and what's proactive. And it's something that we can see occur at times where there is a high ratio of police officers to population. There's some similar communities to the city of Wetaskiwin that have surged their policing resources and have had similar results. So I would caution anybody that the crime severity index is certainly a metric to analyze, and it provides insights, but you don't want to look at it in isolation. And more important are measures related to community perception of safety and crime and those sorts of things. One thing I will note is we did do a cross-jurisdictional analysis of how does Wetaskiwin City compare to some other urban municipalities of similar demographic with similar service offerings. And what I mean by that is, do they have hospitals located within their communities? Because hospitals become a hub of activity. What sort of social or government supports are in those communities? And what we did find in regard to that is some communities that we found compared close population and demographic wise were Thompson, Manitoba, North Battleford, Saskatchewan, Williams Lake, BC, for instance. And in comparison to those cities, I'll give you an instance. In 2022, for instance, the crime severity index in Wetaskiwin was 367. In Thompson, it was 531. And in North Battleford, it was 557. In Williams Lake, 246. So essentially, Wetaskiwin's not alone in some of the challenges faced by the community, and in many ways is actually doing quite a bit better than some of its comparators would be when you kind of do an apples to apples comparison. It's certainly not fair to compare Wetaskiwin to Beaumont, for instance, because Beaumont as a suburban Edmonton community is not facing the same social challenges that a community such as Wetaskiwin is facing. And rural response times, I'll just touch on that. Obviously, with the hub being within Wetaskiwin and the population being a hub there as well, certainly response times to rural areas in the counties can be more challenging. Financial costs, I already touched on there that the city's bearing a pretty significant cost associated with its policing. It does, frankly, have the most cost beneficial model in that your contract with the RCMP allows for a 70% contribution municipally against a 30% contribution federally. If you were to have your own police service, for instance, that would be 100% cost borne by the municipality. If Wetaskiwin, or when Wetaskiwin hits 15,000 people, that will come with a further financial implication in that an adjustment is made and becomes a 90% municipal expense, 10% federal expense. So as the population grows over time, it's something to be cognizant of, that there could be financial implications emerging. We were made aware that the province had provided grant funding for 4 FTEs that had been used to augment policing since starting in 2021 for a term of 3 years, with the first position actually starting to expire this summer. We were asked to evaluate whether the effectiveness of that surge and whether it should continue. And what we found was, because of their staggered start and because of the delay that occurs in reporting. So at the time we did the initial report here, there was only 1 year of crime severity index data available since those positions had been fully deployed. So what we found is that it would be prudent for the continuation of those positions to still be funded on a grant basis from the province, to allow for a more fulsome analysis of the effectiveness of the additional positions before they would be normalized into a municipal budget. And to support that, we provided a letter to the city to be forwarded on to the province, outlining, why we believe it would be difficult for the city to normalize those positions today without really having more demonstrated information as to the impact of them. It further supports a later recommendation we have that if the municipality is going to decide to fund the additional alternative positions in lieu of police positions, you can't replace one without knowing that the other is going to pick up the slack. So what I'm referring to there is, alternatively, you could assess the potential impact of outreach workers or peace officers as a alternative to additional police officers. But at this point, there hasn't been a confirmation that those positions would have the desired impact. So if the municipality was going to make an investment in additional peace officer or outreach worker resourcing, it would be prudent to do so at the same time that those additional policing positions are in place, to understand if they would be required, if one serves more effect than the other, and which one you would continue to invest in the future, for instance. So just a consideration there. Again, one of the other things was the limited availability of mental health and addiction resources. Not isolated to the city of Wetaskiwin by any means, but given it's certainly outside of the municipal mandate, but there is definitely a need for other levels of government, as previously been identified in other reports you've received thus far, in your own personal knowledge, that there is a lack of both infrastructure and personnel to provide wraparound services necessary to move beyond crisis response with the street engaged populations and those facing significant mental health issues, even if they aren't street engaged. So I'll just speak to some of the recommended strategies that we did identify after identifying those strengths and weaknesses there. So one was resource allocation. So we did find that the detachment is very close to what's considered a national average as it pertains to civilian to police ratio, which is good. You want to be on the higher end of having civilians to the number of police officers because, frankly, the civilians provide, for the work that they are tasked to do, usually a more efficient and cost-effective means of performing administrative duties, analytical duties, those sorts of things, than would be a formally sworn police officer. The RCMP detachment's making good use of that, and I was particularly pleased to see that there's a deployed crime analyst now attached to the Wetaskiwin detachment, and I think that will bear a lot of fruit for the detachment in years moving forward. We do believe that there is room to incorporate a more tiered policing structure. And actually, I won't even call it tiered policing, we'll call it tiered public safety structure. And one of the things we noted is that of the top 10 calls for service related to the Wetaskiwin detachment, we included things such as mischief, disturbing the peace, suspicious people or vehicles, assisting other provincial departments. There was assault, mental health act, well-being checks, thefts under 5,000, lost and found property, missing people, assistance to the general public, non-moving traffic, so that's typically parking sort of complaints, breach of peace, property damage, motor vehicle collisions. Ultimately, there is alternatives. So there's certain policing duties that are public safety duties that only the police can do. If it involves violence, if it's investigation after the fact, if it's criminal code related, absolutely has to be a police officer. They're the only ones trained, equipped, and most qualified to do that. When it comes to checking on the welfare of a person that may be intoxicated outside of a business, for instance, or a person that might be trespassing on a property, there is alternative approaches to that. And that can be done through peace officers, it can be done through public security positions, outreach workers, or a combination thereof. And there's a number of alternative response options that have really picked up steam kind of in the last 3 to 4 years. And some of them have been adopted in communities of similar size to Wetaskiwin. And what they often involve is where it's known that, say there's a social disorder issue, there's a person loitering outside of a Tim Hortons, for instance, and there's no signs that there's weapons, that there's aggression, or those sorts of things. As an alternative, some municipalities have started to deploy either municipally employed or contracted outreach workers versus that of an agency, and certainly agencies can do similar work. What we find is agency outreach workers will often go try to provide services, also try to provide, first aid or blankets and clothing and drinks and those sorts of things. And certainly the public outreach programs have a component of that we've seen as well. But they've also provide a non-confrontational way of persuading somebody to go to either along their way or take them to engage in services and that sort of thing. So instead of having a police officer attend and tell that person, they're not wanted on the property and that they should move along, it's leveraging outreach workers, for instance, to do that. And if there becomes an escalation, they're not there to remove them. So if a person says no, so be it, it's a no, and then that matter escalates up to either a peace officer or a police officer that has more authority. But at least at that point, it's been validated what the person's, services have been offered, they've been declined, and it's moved to a different space. I can tell you in a program we evaluated out of Grand Prairie, they have a program that's operating with the outreach workers, and it resulted in 5,800, in the first year, 5,800 calls for service being redirected from the RCMP over to the outreach teams. And one of the findings from that was people were more keen to call somebody they thought was going to help versus somebody they thought was going to, and by no means am I saying that the police are not taking a compassionate approach to that matter, but it's just the perception some community members have of calling the police versus calling an outreach team. Additionally, the response times were generally, because that's all that they were really engaged to do, is that outreach component versus the other workforce workload demands that the police have. Typically, response times for those sorts of calls were a fair bit higher, or a fair bit shorter. So it's something we identified as worthy as investigating further as to whether it's something that perhaps grant funding through other means outside of policing, because there's a number of other mental health and addictions related funding sources that do emerge at times. And that's where some of these other communities have gained financing to do resourcing on a pilot project basis to assess whether a program would work in their community. Additionally, with Bill 11, so Bill 11 is a piece of legislation that the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services introduced earlier this year, and which subsequently passed. And this is about the introduction of a new independent policing agency we believe to be built off the sheriff's, that's supposed to provide supplementation, augmentation support to our CMP detachments. We do not know at this point, it hasn't been released, what that model exactly is going to look like, but it does present an opportunity for the municipality, when more is known about it, to certainly advocate for additional resources that in all likelihood will have a financial contribution from the province, if not fully funded by the province. And that kind of speaks to the next recommendation, which was accessing existing supplemental law enforcement resources. So there did seem to be some some understanding and engagement already with particularly the AGLC, the gaming and liquor inspectors and investigators who have done some work in Wetaskiwin. But leveraging the Safer Communities and Neighborhoods unit, and now they've actually rolled out a rural surveillance team as well through the sheriff programs, which are programs available to Alberta rural municipalities to deal with specific problems facing communities. In the case of the Safer Communities and Neighborhoods unit, it's focused on using civil laws to address problem properties, whether they're residential or businesses. And they've had a good deal of success remedying those properties. Additionally, the surveillance resources, that would be a request from the detachment, but it's specialized resources to help ongoing investigations that have some complex investigative techniques required. One of the additional recommendations we've made was to perhaps advocate for the return of the auxiliary policing program. And the auxiliary policing program had been in place for decades prior to its pause and evaluation following a serious incident and where an auxiliary member was hurt. It was recently implemented back again in the province of British Columbia. What the auxiliary program does is it allows community members that have an interest to undertake orientation and training and to essentially provide augmentation for community engagement activities and even limited operational activities along with general members. And it presents a real opportunity to have community members integrate into the detachment. They bring with them their community perspectives, what we've heard, and also their energy and in human resource power to help action some of the priorities within the detachment. At this point, K Division has not rolled out the program as it had been in its former state or in the way that it's rolling out in BC, but I suspect that there's opportunity to advocate for such. We've additionally recommended the community, the detachment, and the city of Wetaskiwin really trying to support a Citizens on Patrol program. I understand there's a chapter presently, but again, just encouraging the community to participate in its own crime prevention and in community safety initiatives will certainly just provide more leverage within the community. We make recommendations regarding technology and innovation. Those are largely more focused towards the RCMP, and they have some initiatives underway to support that stuff right now. Again, further emphasis on the advocation of expanding provincial and regional units, particularly related to the police and crisis teams. And one of the things we really wanted to do is we did not want to just duplicate information you had received already in the very robust community safety strategy that the city of Wetaskiwin invested in. We certainly reviewed it, completely agree with the findings that were found within it, as well as its recommended approaches. I can tell you that I think if you're going to invest in anything, investing in the implementation of that strategy, along with a dedicated resource, if you can find the means to do that, to help facilitate things such as hub tables, where it's one thing to identify heavy users of service and prolific offenders, but it really requires a case management approach, and it's very difficult to do off the side of an FCSS desk, the side of a detachment commander desk. Having somebody that's able to bring the parties together and quarterback the next actions and those sorts of things is really integral. And I think the community, to really have the long-standing community safety improvements that you're seeking, one, it's not going to necessarily be overnight, and two, it's going to be through the effort of those collaborative tables. And so perhaps I'll just pause for a sec, because I've talked a whole bunch, and I know we have limited time, and there's probably a number of questions coming. So
Thanks, Chris. I'll look for a motion to accept his information, then open it up for questions. Okay, moved by Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead.
Thank you. A number of questions. Please indulge me. Can you explain why the utilization for municipal versus provincial positions is disproportionate, in the sense that they seem to be able to maintain the provincial positions, but not necessarily the municipal positions?
I can, one sec. I'm just going to bring up the table. I got so utilization is a bit tricky in that it comes in the form of two parts. There's hard vacancies and there's soft vacancies. So hard vacancies would be there's no name attached to the position, and they haven't been able to either recruit it in or assign somebody to it. Soft vacancy is where there is a person in the position and they go on maternity leave, they get injured at work, for instance. So the soft vacancies are much more challenging to manage than the utilization rate that you see here combines both of those numbers. That's the soft and the hard vacancy rates. So it's tough for the RCMP or tough for the detachment commander, for instance, to know that somebody's going to get sick and it is going to affect your utilization rate. Where they do have control is certainly on the hard vacancy rates. On the hard vacancy rates, I would say the detachments doing very well in comparison to really anywhere else that we've been looking. With the exception of a community, there is some detachments that have only 4 positions or 5 positions. So if they lose one person, they're out 25%, right? So they do try to really focus in on those. But for a detachment with as many members as Wetaskiwin does, they're doing fairly well. I can't give you the specific, for instance, why year to date in 23-24, provincial was 10%. I just don't have that level of detail available to me.
Chris, can you hear us?
Chris, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Perfect. We lost
I can't see anybody,
okay,
but I can hear
we
you.
lost you about a minute and a half ago.
Okay. So I'd probably already spoken about hard versus soft vacancy.
Correct,
Yes.
yep.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have the specific details that would allow me to drill down to what was the differential, like year to date, between the provincial detachment and the municipal. What I would say is that I believe it's related to the soft vacancy more than the hard vacancy. And that compared to really any of the other municipalities that we've been working with at this point, Wetaskiwin's actually doing really well in this regard. That speaks to me as to the priority that the RCMP and K Division have on the communities here.
Thank you. In your report, you
Make
did
sure,
put...
make sure you're speaking into your mic.
In your report...
Sorry, I know you're...
No, that's all right. There's a fair amount of work went into education and employment, but there was no reference to sort of the assumptions being made related to that and policing.
Yeah, so what I can speak to in regard to that is particularly, so where education and employment come in oftentimes is socioeconomic dynamics. So single parent households, for instance, higher levels of unemployment in a community, those sorts of things do often create more challenging social situations that allow for the emergence of greater conflicts related to domestic violence. It can result in some of the social disorder stuff that we see within Wetaskiwin, for instance. There's also the historical, so one of the things that emerged, and this is why we used comparators like North Battleford and Thompson versus Beaumont, for instance, was because 20% of the population in the 2021 census had identified as being Indigenous, and it's no secret that there's a lot of generational trauma that's occurred within Indigenous communities, and at times that's had impacts on some of those social dynamics as well. So we do see that play out with some of the statistics we have here.
Now, thank you. You made reference to single-family households, but you didn't collect any data on that.
So while we did review, I should say, what we did is we took a look at all the community profiles reported through Stats Canada for all the communities. But yes, we did not specifically report on the single-family households. One of the reasons we opted not to is it was reported in the Wetaskiwin's community safety and well-being strategy, and we tried to be intentful about just not duplicating what was in there.
That's a fair comment, I think. Under calls for service, you identify two different kinds of calls for service. One is public calls, and one is self-generated calls. What's a self-generated call?
So those would be activities where a police officer, for instance, initiated, or it came to, somebody came into a front counter, for instance, those sorts of, the other ones are basically calls received by the dispatch center.
Okay, oh, by the dispatcher.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last area, and you, there's a fair amount of information in terms of cleared by charge and cleared otherwise. And,
right.
And page 68 talks about cleared otherwise in cases where police do not lay an information, even though they have enough evidence to support the laying of. The incident is cleared. And it goes on to say, on a 5-year average, cleared otherwise exceeds the number of cleared by charge. What is the background to that then?
So I would say
Okay, we will take a break for as long as it takes. Okay, sorry about that, our technical difficulties. We have resumed from our IT break. I am going to make a motion to table this until our next council meeting so we can continue our question and answer regarding the police study. Those in favor of tabling till next meeting? Carried, thank you. We will move on to our next item, which is our 2023 audited financial statements, 10.1. Welcome and sorry about the delay.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks for having me here. Got 2 chairs. One for each cheek. Which one do you want me to sit in? Does it matter?
Just pull the mic more in front of you and then you don't have to speak
Can
into it.
do.
Perfect.
Is that better?
You bet.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Ready when
Do
you
you
are.
have the financial statements by chance that you could pull up, or? I could. I can't control nothing from here. Yeah, if you just want to scroll down there, Rachel, to the, keep going. Okay, yeah, I'll start right here. Okay, perfect. All right, so thanks for having me here today. My name is Jeff Allison. I'm a partner with Metrics Group LLP, so the firm responsible for the external audit services for the city of Wetaskiwin. So to begin the presentation here, we'll just go over the city's consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31, 2023. So you'll see here that we're giving an independent auditor's report, which at the top here we've addressed as being a qualified opinion. So what that means is that we're giving assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatements, so consolidated statement of financial position, operations, accumulated surplus for measurement gain losses, and net financial assets. However, there's a couple items that we're unable to provide assurance over. Those considered in the basis for qualified opinion are in relation to asset retirement obligations. So that was a new accounting standard that was to be adopted by the city effectively for December 31, 2023. What that standard does is that it outlines additional liabilities in relation to tangible capital assets that the city has that have future costs associated with retiring those assets for environmental reasons there. And then also, also this is from last year, but in relation to tangible capital assets, which indicates the amounts recorded in the city's trial balance. However, we're unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about the carrying value of those assets at year end. So that one was there from last year, and then the additional one being for the asset retirement obligations. So everything else beyond those 2 items has been provided with reasonable assurance. So we conduct our audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards. When it comes to the next page of the audit report, responsibility and management, those charged with governance, who are responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of these consolidated financial statements, and then auditor's responsibility for the audit, which in turn outlines our objective, which is to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. Reasonable assurance also is a high level of assurance, but it's not absolute, as we do not audit every transaction that happened during the year. Also, we identified and assessed your risk of material misstatement, obtained understanding of your internal controls, evaluated your appropriate accounting policies, and evaluated the overall presentation and structure. So as of today, if council approves the financial statement, we'll be able to issue signed audited financial statements for the city. On the next page of the financial statement here, the consolidated statement of financial position. This is a snapshot of where the city was at as at December 31, 2023. You just want to keep scrolling there to the next one. So you'll see your cash and cash equivalent position was up about $4.2 million year over year as you generated positive cash flow from your operating activity, purchased about $6 million in tangible capital assets, and repaid debt of $1.5 million. When it comes to land held for resale, you'll see that's down to $240,000 from $1.2 million as you sold assets that were included there from last year. and as well as your investment in Peace Hills Utilities, which is up to 12.5 million from 8.5 in relation to the net income that was incurred by that entity that the city owns. So that left you a total financial asset position up to 55 million from 47, or a $7.1 million increase there. When it comes to your liabilities, accounts payable and accrued liabilities was down to 7.2 million from 9.2. You saw an increase in your deferred revenue in relation to additional grant funding on hand to be spent for next year, so up to 9.2 from 8 million. And then a reduction in your long-term debt as you repaid 1.5 million of debt in the year. That left you with total liabilities of 29 million. So if you take your financial assets less your liabilities, you end up with a net financial asset position of 25.7 million. So what that means is that if the city were to take its financial assets, cash, investments, repay its liabilities, it'd be left with $25.7 million of cash on hand there. So your net financial asset position is positive. When it comes to your non-financial assets, tangible capital assets were up significantly, so up to about 191 million from 158 as you received contributed assets of 32 million. You purchased $6 million in new assets and then had a reduction of 5.7 million of amortization expense, which represents the usage of your assets in the year. So if you take your total net financial asset position, add your non-financial asset position, you end up with an accumulated surplus of 216 million. Of which is broken up between amount from operations and then as well as a portion that's new this year that's related to your remeasurement gain loss. And what this portion is this represents that you currently have some investments that are in a loss position. So these investments are hedged so that in the future when they're sold, there won't be a loss. But currently, based on the market conditions, there is a bit of a loss associated with those, so that based on accounting treatments, that needs to get picked up and reflected within the financial statements. It doesn't affect your operations, like it doesn't come through as a loss unless there's an event that those get sold. But again, there is a hedge against those, and there won't be a loss if they're held to maturity. So that's kind of the new accounting treatment in relation to that. On the next page, showing your consolidated statement of operations. You'll see total revenues for the city up to 37 million from 34, mainly generated through the increase in your net municipal property taxes, which was a 3% increase in assessment, 3% in rates, and as well as your local improvement levy in the year for 454,000. As well, you saw increased earnings from Peace Hills Utilities, and as well as an increase in investment income up to 1.2 million. When it comes to expenses, that was up to 32.2 from 31.7. You saw a bit more in your protective services as you had prior year RCMP wages that were paid in the current year. And then as well, you saw increases in transportation costs and parks and recreation offset by decreases in water and wastewater, as those were now being picked up through your Peace Hills Utility Corporation there. So that left you with a net operating surplus, of just under 5 million. And then if you were to add other income items, which is in relation to capital, you see 4.8 million of grant funding recognized in relation to MSI Capital, Canada Community Building Fund grants, and then as well contributed assets in relation to the wastewater treatment plant there of 31.7 million for a total annual surplus of 41.2 million. Of which 36 million is in relation to capital funding and then 5 million in relation to operations. So if you take your opening accumulated surplus of 175 million, add the amount in there, you end up with an ending accumulated surplus of 216. When it comes to other items in the financial statement, you'll see your net financial asset position breakdown there on the next page. If you flip a couple pages ahead to your cash flow, you can see where your cash went in the year. So in the middle of your operating activities, 11.5 million, that's the positive cash that's generated from the city's operations. Of that cash, you purchase capital activities, about 6.1 million of net capital purchases. Investment activities increased by 400,000, and then you repaid long-term debt of 1.5, which is how you get the change in your cash, net change of 4.3 million to the positive. After that, all other accounting policies are the same. The only other addition is in relation to the new investment policy where it comes to the financial instruments, when it comes to those principal protected notes. I guess, I mean, that's pretty much a summary of the financial statements there. I don't know if anybody maybe has any specific questions on any items there that I could address.
Looking for a motion, and then we'll take discussion. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
I move the City Council approves the 2023 audited consolidated financial statement as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Thank you. It had to do with debt repayment. Just got to find it here. Page, it's near the end. It was, anyway, long-term debt, I think by the end it showed that we owed, oh yeah, sorry, page 27, principal amount of $7 million still after 2028. But interest is only $298. How is that possible?
That's a really good question. I'm thinking that that might be non-interest bearing. I'd have to, off the top of my head, I don't have the answer, but I can definitely get it to you and
Thank you.
take a look at that, yeah.
I'm
Is
good.
that it? Okay. Councillor Nielsen.
Thanks. Just a couple of questions here. So as we talk about taking this data and rolling it into 2024, I guess my question is, because we know that the TCAs have not been reported and adjusted, then your actual TCAs are an estimate at this point.
Yes, we're saying that we can't get conclusive audit evidence to say that the amount of tangible capital assets you have reflected on your financial statements is the appropriate carrying amount. Yeah.
And so then, it also then reflects on your accumulated surplus.
Correct, yeah.
So, I'm trying to figure out how much money I have to buy shoes for the baby. And yet, the numbers reported here at $4 or $5 million or whatever, would reflect the surplus without adjusting any of the TCAs, is that correct?
So if the tangible capital assets were to get adjusted, it would change your accumulated surplus, but it would affect the equity and tangible capital asset component of that.
Right.
So of the 216 million, 180 million roughly is related to capital. Then there's the 32 million of restricted and then 3.6 million of unrestricted. Those likely wouldn't be, well, they wouldn't be changed in relation to a change in your tangible capital assets. That would be adjusted through the equity and TCA component of that, which would then either reduce or increase your accumulated surplus, whether the value should increase or decrease.
So how do we read that into like a new budget year? Because
Well,
right
I think with your budgeting, you're more looking as to how much you're going to be spending going forward on future projects. So as long as your grant funding, your opening grant funding balances are correct, you know what your carry forward is there, and what projects you're trying to do from reserves, that should be okay. The issue that we're having is, are the assets reflected in there all correct? Which would then just be a direct increase or decrease to accumulated surplus, but it wouldn't affect, I guess, how much money is being spent next year, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But it does impact potentially the useful life of your assets, the potential replacement cost of those, because those could be out, like you could, the amortization of something could be wrong, it could be completely depreciated, you might think it's got 10 years left and it doesn't. That's where the impact
Right.
would be.
Okay. When we speak about the investment in PCL's utility and dividends declared at $700,000, what does that mean to me?
So there was profits for PCL's utility, and then there was a dividend issued, so it's kind of the amount of, I guess, surplus that's being repaid to the city from the entity. As the sole shareholder, so that would be profits being paid back for $700,000.
And so where does that sit in our books?
That would come in as investment income in your revenue.
And then my last comment is related to, you talked about upcoming changes to public sector accounting, PS 3400 and PS 3160. So that came into effect in April of 23. Sorry, that's page 20, Jeff.
Yeah, that's okay. Those are the future ones. So
Yes.
Yeah, so 3,400 is for 2020, actually, because they're April 1, 2023, so they're coming for next year. Because you're January to December year, so it's beginning on or after that date.
So there's a number of, processes that we need to implement in our existing practices?
Well, there's new reporting framework for revenue, so there could potentially be additional disclosure requirements there in relation to your revenues. This is for all municipalities. And then the other one, the public-private partnership one, I have to look at that. I don't know if there'll be an impact on your financial statements for that. And then there's another one coming out a few years from now.
Right, it's down the road.
Yeah, which is, yeah, my statement's a little flipped around here, but that one's in relation to the presentation of the financial statements, which will actually convert so currently your statement of financial position is financial assets, liabilities, then you have net financial assets and accumulated surplus. The new one's actually going to have a balanced approach. So you're going to see financial assets, your non-financial assets are actually going to go back up to the top of the financial statement. It's going to give you total assets. Then you're going to have liabilities and equity, and then liabilities and equity are going to now equal your assets. That'll be a new change in a few years.
So this was presented to us as part of the audit, just as a forewarned is forearmed?
Yeah, future accounting changes, that are coming down,
Okay.
so.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair, my question is actually for administration. And I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch this yesterday or when I was reading my package, so I didn't ask ahead of time. If I look on page 5, where under expenses, and there's two, where both culture and family and community support, the budget and the actual, or the differences are quite substantial. And is there a reason for that? The first one that caught my eye was family and community support services, because 52 and change to 501 and change was the big jump for me. And then I just saw above that, again, we've got, I can't even do the math, about 600.
Yeah, to council, I believe that is because of FCSS. We don't have their budget information in there.
Well, we would have their budget from 2023. Are we, and I think my question with that is if we budgeted one number and then we were spending so much more, are we under budgeting?
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Aberley, I think in the column that you're looking at, it says 2022 restated, and there's a note that speaks to the restatement.
No,
Oh,
2023 budget for family and community support, the budget said 52,670, and the actual says 501,313. So I could be missing note 23, like not looking at that.
Right.
And then under culture, for the 2023 budget, it said 398,690, and for actual, we spent 941,787.
I think I know the answer.
You think you have it?
Yeah. So my thought is that so family community support services as well as the library get consolidated into the city's financial statements. So with this budget, I'm assuming that the budgets for those two entities are not reflected within FCSS or the culture line items, but the actual results of those entities are reported in the city statements.
So the total, so would the first number be what the city pays, and then the second number is also what we get from the other entities?
Yeah, exactly. So
Thank you.
so from FCSS, you own 100% of that entity, so all the expenses associated with that get consolidated into the actual, but
Yeah.
on the budget side, you're not seeing that.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? Okay, looking for a motion to accept. Those in favor?
No, actually, are we going to be going into closed session to
Yes,
ask
we
any?
are.
But we've already accepted it.
Come back after if you want.
Do we not go and?
Sorry, we could if council wanted to, you could go into closed session to get the management letter, which is typically not public information, and then come back and approve it after.
Sure, okay.
Okay.
We've got a motion on the floor, though. So we'll have to table that till following our closed session. Would you like to make that tabling motion?
I would, thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Billingsley. Those in favor? Thank you. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Billingsley. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, thank you. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. We have to lift from the table the motion that was tabled prior to our closed session. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. So moved.
Those in favor? Carried, thank you. So we're back to approving the audited consolidated financial statements as presented. Any further discussion? Any questions? No? Those in favor? Carried, thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Working on it. I would like to make a motion, please. I move that administration organize a meeting between council and Metrics when Metrics are doing their interim work on the 2024 audited financials to give an update to council on the progress being made from the 2023 findings report.
We need a date.
For me?
Do we need a date?
When they are in doing their interim work. I don't know when they're doing their interim work.
So what's to schedule that? December, January.
Through the chair to Councillor, can you please repeat your motion?
Oh, I'll probably change then. I move that administration organize a meeting between council and Metrics when Metrics are doing their interim work on the 2024 audited financials to give us a progress report on the progress being made on items identified in the 2023 findings report.
Say that again, just an audited financial
Well,
report?
instead of 2023 finance report, it'd be findings.
Okay,
report.
yes, thank you.
Yeah, that word can go audit findings. Yeah. Oh, it's findings, F-I-N-D. No. Yeah, not financial, findings. There you go. Yep. There you go. You're welcome.
Yeah, okay. So just a couple of corrections there, if I may?
Yep.
That administration arrange a meeting between council and Metrics and when they're doing their interim work on the 2024 audited financials and provide a progress report on items identified. Yes, thank you.
Good. Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Further discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks
Yeah.
for having me. Enjoy the rest of the meeting. Thanks.
Item 10.2, Board Rider Survey Results and Next Steps. Welcome, Natasha.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor Gandam and members of council. So today I'll provide a bit of background on the Board Rider. It's been a while since we've chatted about it, and then where we're at today. So the Board Rider is a surf simulator located in the Manluck Center. The attraction was installed when the facility was built in 2013. From 2014 to 2019, the attraction brought in approximately 10 grand a year in revenue, and the operating costs of the Board Rider are estimated to be 66 grand. In 2020, the Board Rider was closed due to COVID-19, and a few months after the Board Rider was closed, the holding tank where the turbines are housed was drained. When the facility reopened without restrictions in early 2022 and staff went to reopen the Board Rider, the turbines were not operational. So in fall of 2022, administration arranged for an engineer to complete an assessment of the unit, and upon inspection, it was confirmed that both turbines were firmly seized and we were unable to get the unit operational. Then in June of 2023, administration brought a funding request forward to council to have the turbines removed and inspected for a cost of 11 grand. Council did not approve the funding request and asked that administration bring back information on what other features could be a possibility for the space. Administration has since consulted with an aquatic specialty company on 2 other viable features that would suit the space. The first being a children's splash pad, and the second being a teach pool that could be utilized for swimming lessons. So then in February of 2024, administration presented options to council to replace the Board Rider, which included repurposing the space, repairing the Board Rider, or just using the space as storage. Council then directed administration to conduct a community engagement survey to get a better sense of what the residents would like to see. So in March of 2024, the Board Rider engagement survey was posted to city social media channels and What If Wetaskiwin. The survey remained open until the end of May and received 111 responses. So the survey results are attached to this RFD, and based on the survey results, 31.5% would like to see an indoor splash pad, 35.1% would like to see a teach pool, and 18.9% would like to repair the Board Rider. The remaining 14.4% would like to see the area closed and just used as storage. So administration has already received a high-level cost estimate for both the teach pool and the indoor splash pad. The cost associated would be approximately $850,000 to $900,000 plus GST and contingency to modify the area. That cost includes design, mechanical and electrical preparation, and the construction of the new asset. So today, administration is seeking council direction on what option to proceed with. The motions are there ahead of you, in front of you, and I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Move that City Council direct administration to submit an operating business case for the 2025 budget cycle to have a teach pool installed in the Manluck Center.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor, why did I forget your name? Councillor Elliott. We're going to call you Nielsen, then Billingsley.
Because I haven't spoken yet today.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through to Natasha. Natasha, the cost you've given, the $850,000, does that include removal of the existing Board Rider?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through to Natasha, through the chair. If we go with the third option of just pulling the turbines and putting in perimeter fencing, why would we pull the turbines for $11,000? What are they taking up room? Is that the reason why they need to be pulled out, or is there a safety concern?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it's really just facility maintenance best practice to pull them because they will, just kind of rust and rot away. So it just is advisable to pull something that's not working, but I mean, I guess they could stay.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, through the chair to Natasha. When you've given us a construction cost for repair or replace the board rider, the first one is repair cost estimated between $10,000 and $200,000, and I'm assuming that's to repair the damaged turbines, up to $200,000, if they can be repaired. And the other one is to replace the turbines at a cost of $1 million. When we are talking, and you go on to indicate that if we were to do anything with the board rider, we need to estimate an additional $27,000 annually to staff it. Are there staffing costs implied in terms of an indoor splash pad?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it would just be built into the lifeguard rotation to oversee that area. With the board rider, you do need a dedicated attendant to just oversee the board rider.
And what about the teach pool?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that would just be the staff we already have teaching lessons, just utilizing that different area of the pool.
Okay. And so I'm going to reiterate this. So our choices, I know we have a motion on the floor, but the choices are potentially repair the board rider to up to $200,000, fix it completely for $1 million, spend $15,000 and create a storage space, and spend approximately $1 million and create a splash pad or a teach pool.
Councillor Billingsley, sorry, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Natasha. And again, I know the motion, so why did administration choose the splash pool over the teaching pool?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, we're looking for direction on what to do with the area, and the splash pad was more favored in the survey.
No, according to our numbers, the teaching pool was at 35 and the splash pad was at 31. What's in your report? So it's the opposite, because my next question was going to be then why did Councillor Blatz do opposite of the recommended motion? Because I figured you did it because it had a higher response from the community. Does it make sense, Natasha?
Yeah, through the chair, I've just included all of the options.
Yeah, no, I understand, but in our, so maybe
Yeah.
it's just the numbers are wrong, and I'm sorry if I'm, it just says, in our RFD, it says, based on the survey results, 31.5% would like to see an indoor splash pad, and 35.1% would like to see a teach pool.
Yes, that is correct.
Right, so was there a reason does recreation even see a splash pad as being easier, more used because it is not the preferred one? Am I really confusing you?
Through the chair, no, you're not. I think from an operational standpoint, we see them as both beneficial. We have a lot of people saying they would like to see an indoor splash pad for children, similar to what's in Leduc. From a programming standpoint for our life-saving lessons, it would be nice to have the additional room of a lesson space, because right now we use the leisure pool and it's busy on a Saturday, so.
You answered my question totally. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, if this motion is passed, will there be something that brought to us at budget as far as future financial obligations of said project? In other words, staffing, all the different things that are going to be required, not just the capital expense of the $900,000.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, yes, we're hoping for some feedback, and I know we've seen some emails and ideas of council, so we're hoping now is the time to discuss whatever options you want considered, and then we will bring those back in a business case so you can decide at budget or not.
So, yeah,
And it would include everything, like if we need more staffing or if we need a new truck or a new computer, whatever is required, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of hoping for, that whatever is decided on, that we just don't look at the capital expense, but the...
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to talk in favor of, or against the motion, and talk in favor of the splash pad. Splash pad is going to be built on the outside, may be very efficient and cost effective to build a splash pad. I think that a splash pad all winter long would allow more people to go in. We're going to be restricted in numbers with who's in the teaching pool, and it'll only be available, or it'll be available, but it won't be quite as accessible, I think, as a splash pad. The other thing I'm wondering, Natasha, and I'm just talking to Sue this morning about it, but after watching the Olympics and watching the climbing wall, I'm wondering if there would be any way that we could put in a couple of climbing walls if we did take out the wave rider, if there would be a couple of climbing walls, because a lot of people I've talked to were so impressed with how fast those people scooted up the climbing wall, and I just thought that might be another activity that maybe our community might wish to participate as well. So,
Great opportunity for a business expense that you could, or a business case that you could.
I already talked to the city manager about that, but I just wanted to
just give it a plug.
Air it publicly, yes. But I'm in favor of a splash pad. I think when the splash pad was brought up, I was one who thought it should be indoors so it could be used 12 months of the year instead of 5 months of the year. So this way, people would have access to a splash pad 12 months of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Natasha. Currently, does the Manlock Management Program Planner title, whatever, do we see a need, or do you see a need for more teaching space?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, coming off of COVID, there is a high demand for swimming lessons. So, you know, space is a bit of the issue, but also just having enough instructors to teach is another. So, you know, it would be beneficial to, like I say, have that additional space, especially on Saturdays when we're busy. So I guess, yes.
So on Saturdays when you're busy, so it becomes a swimming space or a lesson space?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we separate the pool, the leisure pool, in half, and half is for lessons and half is for public swimming, because public swimming is all the hours that we're open.
But you also made reference to, as long as you have instructors, then the pool becomes, the learning space becomes more viable. If you don't have the staff, then the viability of the space becomes just another place for people to go swim.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes.
And what would the depth of that pool be?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the depth of where the board rider is 3 to 4 feet. I think it's 3.5.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. One of the other reasons why I was more drawn towards the teaching pool as opposed to splash pad, well, there's two other reasons, which one of them is the fact that if we do end up with a splash park outside, I think that then that would decrease its use throughout the summer for the indoor splash pad, so then it wouldn't be as utilized as what we would be hoping for 4 months of the year. So that's one of them. But the second one is that I know from other pools that have teaching pools, since they're shallower depth, a lot of the time, anytime there's rehabilitation patients or people that can't typically be in deeper areas of the pool, they find a lot of use out of the teaching pool because it's a lot safer for them. So that's another reason why I was in favor of that.
Go ahead, Sue.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Through to council, we just noticed that there's an error in the motions. It should be capital charter instead of operating business case.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley.
Just for clarification, so if this gets approved, then it becomes a business case. But then if that business case is not approved at budget, we're basically where we are today.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll make an amendment to the motion that changing it from operating to capital. Any discussion on that? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Anything further on the motion? So I won't be supporting the motion. I think that while I appreciate the opportunity to have something like that, I am not willing to put up to $900,000 for a teaching pool. I understand the need for a shallower pool, and that's why we had a zero entry into the pool that we have now. We've got an ongoing fundraiser going for the spray park beside the Manluck Center, and I'm not sure if the city is going to be contributing to that or not. And I think that we have the opportunity to develop something in our community through community members and be a part of that, as opposed to adding something else inside the Manluck Center. I just don't see the need for a $900,000 change to the Manluck Center when we have so many other things going on in our community that require our attention. So with that, I will call the vote. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Councillor Elliott, yep.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council direct administration to submit a business case for the 2025 budget cycle to have an indoor splash pad installed in the Manluck Center.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Open for discussion. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this for the reason that you just gave, that we have other projects at this time. Not saying that either one of them, I'd probably be more in favor of a splash park, but or splash pad, I'm sorry. But at this time, I think we have other priorities to take a look at.
Councillor Nielsen.
I too won't support it. I think we'd be far better off to take at least some of those dollars and contribute them to the spray park, splash park outdoors to ensure that we end up with that as a viable activity in our community for our residents. And so to create a second one doesn't work for me.
We're ready for the question. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
And I would agree with Councillor Nielsen, if the city would be willing to put some money towards the splash park, I would vote against my own motion. Thank you.
Setting this up for another motion.
You can, we can defeat it, it'll be fine. Ready for the question, those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Item 10, go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
At this point, wherever this point is, we still do not have any idea what a repair on the existing board rider would entail. Some months ago, we were asked to spend $10,000 or $11,000 to have the turbines inspected so we could determine what the repair costs would be. So I would like to make a motion that we authorize the administration to spend $10,000 determine the viability of repairing the existing turbines. And if I could speak to that again?
I'll just, so, under that, one of the construction costs, it was 11,000 plus GST to have the turbines removed and inspected. So I think your motion doesn't cover what you would be looking for.
What I'm looking for is information. We've talked about, we've had 2 motions on the floor that were up to $1 million. And we haven't examined what the financial costs, other than $11,000 in GST, would be to repair and reinstitute the board rider.
No. So the turbines have to be removed to be inspected?
To the chair, that is the challenge. They need to be removed, and that is the cost of $11,000 to pull them.
So what I'm saying is your motion of $10,000 doesn't cover what administration has identified.
I was reading the 10,000 below later on.
Okay.
The cost estimated between 10 and 20, 200,000.
That's to repair. They
Right.
need $11,000
Right.
just to pull them out and inspect.
I'm okay to, I'd move to spend $11,000 in GST to have the turbines removed and inspected. Period. For inspected to determine the costs of repair.
Moved by Councillor Nelson. Go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. My vote has not changed. I will not be changing my vote from the last time we did this. And the reason, one of the reasons I was against the initial $11,000 to even just look at whether or not they could be fixed was, were they able to be fixed, the board rider was still costing us a lot of money at a time when we have a lot of repairs on the Manluck Center. And again, not repairs, but there's been repairs, and we're having to upgrade equipment and do that sort of thing. And I truly don't believe that it is a priority for myself or even for our community for many of those same reasons. I respect that it was a great idea, but I think we do have other places to spend money, so thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I agree with Councillor Aberley in the sense that if we're not prepared, or if we are prepared to have this as a money loser, which a lot of recreational facilities are, then there's no point in inspecting if we have no intention of actually fixing and continuing to lose money on the board rider. So I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Natasha, and I think I asked you this before, Natasha, but would anybody be interested in buying what we have there for a wave rider? I don't know, but all I'm thinking is if maybe if somebody wanted it, then they could take the turbines and get them fixed themselves, and at least we'd be rid of everything. So,
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I would have to take that back. I mean, it is a pretty unique asset, but that's not to say someone somewhere couldn't use parts of it or all of it. So,
okay. Well, I don't mean to cause a lot of work for you, but I just, if we could dispose of it and actually get some money back, that might be even a better idea. Thank you.
And that would need to be a direction of council to direct administration. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Councillor Nielsen.
So we were given 4 options. We've eliminated all but one. So do we assume?
Never assume.
Do we assume that in the absence of supporting any one of the preceding 3, that we have come to the conclusion that we are going to recommend permanently closing the board rider and putting fencing up and using it as a storage facility.
In the absence of a motion or direction from council, it would sit as it is right now. Nothing would change. So if you would like to change that into turning it into deck storage, you would have to make that motion.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Can I make another motion and try not to retract it this time? Okay. I would move that City Council direct administration to investigate the resale value of the board rider, either in whole or in part.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any further discussion? I'll just wait until...
Direct city administration to investigate the resale value of the board rider in whole or in part.
I'm just going to wait till they get it up. Does that cover you? Okay. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, is this going to be, I apologize, rethink. Do you see this, in your opinion, as a not too onerous task or something that will take up a lot of time to try to get it out? And I think that's my major concern right now, is I don't want to give you a whole lot of work at this point while facilities are still you're still working on maintenance of other pool facilities.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Aberley. I personally don't have a lot of experience with disposal of such assets or selling, so I would have to defer to Kevin or Sue. I'm not sure.
Through the chair to council, it's easy for us to reach out to. There's only a few organizations that sell this type of equipment, so we can reach out to them fairly easily.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. So you're simply looking at an appraised value of the worth of the equipment, or are you looking to dispose of the equipment?
By the motion, it's investigate resale value.
Just the value piece
That's
of
not
it.
disposing of anything yet.
And then if the if the value was there, then dispose of it. But that would be another motion.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make it right now.
Sure. You might have to vote against it. And my other question through the chair to Natasha then, and I don't want to come looping back, but I'm going to come looping back. At some point in time, whether it's pulled out and resold, or whether it's pulled out because it's the turbines, because it's best practices, there's a cost to removing the turbines. Now, we do have a cost of $11,000 plus GST to have the turbines removed and inspected. Do we have any idea how that's split out between the removal of the turbines and the inspection of the turbines?
Through the chair to Council Nielsen, I'd have to dig back and look at that quote, but the majority, like 95%, was the removal and the transportation from here to Edmonton.
Transportation, so they could be inspected. So the biggest cost is the actual removal, which we're going to be doing anyway.
Maybe, yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything further? So the motion is to direct administration to investigate the resale value of the board rider in whole or in part. Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Anything else pertaining to 10.2? Yeah.
I'm out of here.
We're going to take a lunch break until 2 p.m. All right, welcome back from lunch. We are going to go into CrimeStoppers Signage, 10.4. Oh, didn't we do that? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I was like, we already talked about finance. Let's talk about the other finance and audit committee.
That was fun. Good morning. There we go. Afternoon now. Hi. Okay, so council saw this terms of reference back in May. I've made a list of all my changes in the report, and I'm asking for council to approve the audit and finance committee terms of reference. I'm open up to any questions.
Councillor Elliott.
I would move that City Council approves the Finance and Audit Committee terms of reference as presented.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I guess, is my concern of council participation in so said committee. In other words, do we have a buy-in from council of people wanting to sit on this and the time commitment that is involved in that? It's one thing to have the terms of reference and the idea of it, but if we're not going to have buy-in from council as far as sitting on it, there's not much point in having the committee.
Can council ask for this?
Yep.
Okay.
To the chair, if we wanted, we can do it today, or I can bring the request. But if we also, once this, because we have this motion on the table, we can appoint the two people as well today, if council would like to do that.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair, Councillor Billingsley. Are you saying what if there isn't two people prepared to sit on this committee?
That is correct.
Thank you.
I'd be willing to sit on it, so there's one.
Perfect. Sorry, your mic wasn't on.
Go ahead.
Nope. I'm
Okay.
good.
Anything further? Waiting on you, Councillor Nielsen. You chicken wing me, so I'm...
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
No, I chicken winged and then I chickened out. I'm all good.
Okay. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Blatz.
Move that City Council approves policy CO-002, council remuneration and expenses as presented.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we'll talk about CrimeStoppers. Thank you, Karen.
Good afternoon, Council. CrimeStoppers is willing to erect signage in our community that will help promote and support public safety. The signage would read, "You are now entering a CrimeStoppers community," and provide information on how to report crime. This type of initiative aligns with the city's community safety and well-being strategy and is supported by the city's RCMP and by administration. Looking for council to provide further direction.
Councillor Elliott.
I would move that City Council directs administration to work with the RCMP and Crime Stoppers to erect signs at the entrances to the city.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion?
And I would just, if I could further, I hope that this direction leads to an education process as well. Just to erect signs doesn't mean that we're a Crime Stoppers community. So I would just like to make sure that there's some kind of education. Thank you.
Would you be able to comment on that, Kevin?
We can provide that information to council for sure.
Not to council, to the community.
That will be posted on our website within the enforcement services page, and we can have the same information that's on the sign within our enforcement services page on our website.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I don't have enough information to necessarily approve this. I don't know where the money's coming from. Is this city, is this Crime Stoppers that's paying for it? Where's the sign exactly going? Is it replacing the Longhorn signs? Like, it's very, not a whole lot of information here.
Through the chair to council, the signage and all the related costs would be paid for by the Crime Stoppers organization. There is no cost to the city, and the signage wouldn't be replacing any existing signage, it would be adding to the signage.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last statement, Kevin? The signage would replace?
Would not be replacing any existing signage, it would be in addition to.
Thank you. I do have a question through the chair to Kevin. So what is the current status of city entrance signs? So we have a sign that says, "Welcome to Wetaskiwin." We have signage going up on Home of the Longhorns. A meeting or two ago, we talked about there was a potential signage for Home of Northwest College, and now a sign saying Crime Stoppers. So coming into town, are we going to just see Home of the Longhorns, Home of Crime Stoppers, Home of going down the road? Like, I'm trying to figure out how this all fits together in terms of a plan.
Through the chair to council, we have discussed that internally at SLT level about which division is in charge of which signs, as far as outdoor signage, signs on the park, signs within the community. And so we're working through that right now, and we'll have a better plan in place in the near future.
So at this time, we haven't identified locations, for example, for all of these different signs?
Through the chair to council, correct. We have not identified specific locations for the signs. So that would, right now, how we handle things is kind of one-off.
And do we have any signage standards in place in terms of what our expectations are in terms of, I mean, we could probably get Crime Stoppers to build a multi-million-dollar sign, or we can get them to build a $100 sign. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to be flip here at all.
Just make sure you're in your mic.
Gotta move the mic.
Through the chair to council, we're only looking for the standard crime stoppage signage that goes in all the communities, so we're not looking for anything more grandiose or less than what they put in the other communities surrounding us right now.
And in relation to all the different signs, the costs of those signs are borne by each of the respective agencies, and the maintenance of each of those signs would be at the cost of those agencies?
Through the chair to council, that would be correct. The only additional cost to us would be, instead of mowing where the sign was, now we might have to weed whack around it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. My question is for administration, and it's basically along the same lines, but just for a peace of mind, maybe. The large billboard type signs for Crime Stoppers, or the smaller, here's the number you call, to get an idea?
The signage we're looking at right now are the standard smaller signs that you would see coming into community, not any large billboard type signs. And they'd be at all the major entrances into our community.
So when I think of the ones I've seen in the past, they look similar, maybe a little bit larger, but similar to a speed sign. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm going to support this because I don't have enough information on what the signs are going to be like, exact locations or any of that. To me, this is very vague.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I appreciate the vagueness of it. I do. When I read it, I did have a picture in my mind of what I have seen in standard signs in other communities, and they're not, they've told us at the entrances to the city, knowing the numbers, and I'm not unsure enough in the importance of this and our ability to talk about crime prevention or crime reporting to have this hold on much longer. That CrimeStoppers is wanting to come in, wanting to work with the RCMP, that I'm assuming because of this are pro to it, that I do think that this would be a benefit to our community and community safety. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that point with you. It's just, I'd like more information to be able to have a clear understanding of exactly what we're getting, which was not provided.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration. Sue, is there not a plan to upgrade our entrance signs that say "Welcome to the City of Wetaskiwin"?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that was a project charter last year that was not approved. And what we've done is any of the ones that were not approved, we will still show them to council, but they'll be in the unfunded category, and council has the ability to move them up if they want.
Oh, I thought we'd approved it for next year.
No.
Okay, all I was thinking was, if we're going to improve that, maybe we have a coordination of where all of the signs go so that it's not helter-skelter, but there's, as Councillor Billingsley said, kind of a plan that, because like the Longhorn sign is just, when you're coming in from the north, it's just kind of tucked away in some greenery there. It's really not even exposed, and I think if people are going to put up signs, they should be worthwhile that people want to look at them. So I'd just like to see some sort of coordination, that's all.
We do have, we do follow Transportation Association of Canada. They have a sign section that we have to follow, especially with regulatory ones. They're legally, they have to be a certain way. I know we have signage in the land use bylaw, and so when Kevin was talking about us coordinating, we're going to make sure that we pull all of those pieces together and start to have that strategy. And we'll capture all those agreements that we have, such as the Longhorns, and make sure that that there is a very fulsome plan that takes into account, especially our land use bylaw.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Aberley.
May I excuse myself for pecuniary reasons?
You may. Moving on to 10.5, Wetaskiwin District Museum Society Agreement Extension Request.
At the July 22nd, 2024 council meeting, it was moved the City Council directs administration to reach out to the Wetaskiwin District Museum to provide clarification on the agreement and report back to this meeting. As of today's meeting, administration has had one meeting on this topic to discuss the agreement. Follow-up and further discussion may be required. So we're asking to request for an extension till the next meeting.
I move that City Council directs administration to bring this item to the September 9th, 2024 regular council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. All right, 11.1, council committee reports and attendance. Councilor Nielsen?
I move the City Council accepts the council committee reports and attendances and information.
Anything you'd like to highlight from your...
I'm happy to be here.
Councilor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. The library had their summer wind-up on the weekend at Jubilee Park, and I'd like to thank the library staff and volunteers for a great job of organizing that whole event. Also, we had a meeting, Councillor Blatz, yourself and I met with CPKC on July the 18th, and the holiday train is coming this year, and so I just thought I'd make sure that people were aware of that. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilor Billingsley?
Nothing further to add to my report.
Ready for the question, those in favor? Carried, thank you. 12.1, under bylaws, amendment to land use bylaw 1804-13 to redistrict 118 Cypress Drive to R2 low density residential.
Hello again. So since you have already heard from me at the public hearing, I'm going to try and summarize this so we can get right to questions. So the purpose of the proposed rezoning is to allow development of a duplex, which is permitted in the R2 zone. This proposal aligns with the current MDP, which identifies R2 as compatible with the surrounding R1 zones and encourages infilling of vacant residential lots, such as the subject site. The proposal also aligns with the Creeks Crossing ASP, which designates the site for low-density residential development. For this site, however, any development will have to meet all the requirements of the zone in order to be approved for development and building permits. This includes setback, lot coverage, unit size, and on-site parking. The lot area can accommodate a duplex that meets the minimum unit size and maximum site coverage set out in the land use bylaw. Administration is recommending approval of the rezoning due to its alignment with the city's policy direction and potential for future development to meet the land use bylaw's requirements.
Thank you. Councilor Blatz.
I move that City Council gives second reading to the recommended amendment to Land Use Bylaw 1804-13.
Moved by Councilor Blatz. Any discussion? Councilor Elliott.
Thank you. Through to the ladies, oh, can I say ladies? Oh, geez. Pardon? Through to administration. This land has been available since 2007, is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that's correct. It was subdivided in 2007 and has not been built on.
And how many lots are available there now? Approximately?
In the ASP or on the street?
In that area, that street? More than 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this second reading. As mentioned at the last meeting, it's been identified that this lot, if it was in an R2 zone by itself, it would still be considered too small for the R2 zoning. So to dump it into the R1 and simply say the rules and regulations don't follow because we're subdividing or looking at rezoning one lot in an entire block doesn't make any sense to me. So, and I heard loud and clear from what they reported was everybody on the street saying thanks but no thanks. So I will support their recommendations.
Councilor Blatz.
Well, I understand the argument that is made about the R2 zoning. I also have concerns about the fact that this land has been staying vacant for so long, and now there's actual plans to develop it, and we're turning it away. We've heard from lots of people that the affordability crisis is making it so that then they can't afford a place for them to live, especially small families. We have a large lack in apartments that are 3 to 4 bedroom in size, and a lot of people can't afford houses. And so I think that duplexes are one of those housing types that would suit our community for our economic status, as well as trying to attract a younger demographic to town. So for that reason, I'm going to speak in favor of it, because it, while I understand that we've heard from the street that they don't want this there, I also understand that there's a large number of people that would love to live in Wetaskiwin and just don't have a place to call home here. So, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak against this as well. I went on the MLS site, the real estate site, and there are a number of lots for sale in Wetaskiwin. And I think if somebody wanted to build a duplex on a regulation lot, they would have access to those. And I just feel strongly that if everybody in there is R1, then to add an R2, I think I might be upset if that was being built next to my house. So I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I just would like a comment with regard to Councillor Blatt's affirmative response. We have heard from our own economic development officer that there's a number of potential projects going which will address housing in our community. And I am extremely worried that people who want to come and invest in our community in an R1 zone or an R2 zone or whatever zone come in and do so only to have the city change the zoning regulations after they've made a purchase on their property. I think what it does, it suggests to those who are coming into our community, what you're buying currently is not what you may end up with in the end. And council will and can simply change those regulations on you. And I think that's a really dangerous message to be putting out as we're trying to attract people to our community. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
No, and I completely understand your argument there, which is why I'm struggling with this so much, is because while I'm in favor of affordable housing, it's also, I'm not super in love with the process. So, no, I am struggling with this right now, and which is why I want to keep hearing comments till I can make up my mind. Thank you.
Off the top of your head, how many houses have been built in 2024 in Wetaskiwin?
Through to the chair, caveat off the top of my head, as I haven't reviewed our records, I can think of 4 approved development permit applications this year.
Perfect. So for me, the precedent had been set with this council, and not all of the same councillors are part of this council, but we've got a 4-plex just up the road that the zoning had to be changed for it to be built, and council had approved that as well, with the understanding that we were encouraging development in our community. And I think when we have the opportunity now to encourage development, and while it might not look like what we thought it was going to look like 17 years ago, it's certainly changing over the course of time, especially with affordability. And while we sit on the cusp of some really great developments happening within the community, that's just it. We're sitting on the cusp, and right now we've got somebody looking to submit a development permit application to make this happen. So I will be supporting this motion. Councillor Nielsen.
I'm making the assumption, and my assumption could be incorrect, that that lot was purchased some time ago by somebody who was purchasing the lot with either the intent to come and build something and live in it, or purchased a lot on speculation. They knew full well at the time it was zoned R1. Why they have chosen not to build and resell is beyond me, and I guess it's not my business. But to disrupt the zoning in that particular community for the sake of one property sets a precedence in our community that we will change our zoning plan in order to get a building built. And I think it's short-sighted. Thank you.
I would say precedent has...
Sorry, I don't mean that.
No, I know. And I'd say that precedent has been set. We've done exactly that. Change the zoning on something because what we thought was going to happen there doesn't happen there. And in the time where inflation has gone through the roof, interest rates have gone through the roof, cost of building has gone through the roof, it isn't, for me, it's incumbent on me to be able to change with the times and understand that growth is going to look differently than it does 17 years later. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, one of the comments that was made was that it's too small for a duplex to be developed on it. What are we doing to address the spacing issue?
Through chair to Councillor Blatz. So the parcel size is 578.5 meters squared. Under the R2 zone, the minimum unit size for a duplex unit per unit is 75 meters squared. And the maximum site coverage under either zone is 26%. So that means the maximum site coverage, R1 or R2, for that lot is 150.41 meters squared, which means that there's room for two 75.205 meter squared units. So we don't need to, if this is rezoned and they submit a development application, we would need to check that it meets setbacks, site coverage, all of that. But there's nothing special we have to do to address the size constraint.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Epperly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, is it fair for me to think that we have in our head what a standard duplex looks like in Wetaskiwin, but there are a variety of different ways to do duplexes or multi-family, like that would be a multi-family unit?
Do we have any specific configurations? Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, no, there's no sort of requirement that has to be side by side. It could be front, back, top, bottom.
Yeah. So it could still look like it, well, that sounds weird, but it would be similar in looks to the other buildings in the house, so it's not going to look like single unit, double unit, single unit, single unit, single unit. And the reason I will support this motion is because I firmly believe that, similar to what Councillor Blatz has said and similar to Mayor Gandam's talk about changing with the times, but it's also a factor for me of that still has to be better even for the neighborhood in general and resale values than large empty lots. So if we can start to encourage building in even narrow empty lots, but into empty lots and have people in and supporting the schools and all the things that happens with building, I think it's a boost in the right direction for our community. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I look at the map in Schedule A, there are a number of empty lots across the street from the people who shared their concern. Behind them is a whole block of empty lots. So if we change one, Then we decided that we're going to change all of them to R2. Then all of a sudden we have, whatever, 16 people, 16 single-family dwellings surrounded by R2. And as Councillor Nielsen and I both said, when they bought the property, it was zoned R1. And all of a sudden, we're going to have all these R2s around us. And I don't know if that's what people intended when they bought an R1 home. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move to table this till the next council meeting.
Motion to table has happened. Those in favor? Opposed? We will carry on. R2 low-density residential would only allow for a duplex?
To the chair, that's correct. That is the main difference between the two zones.
So if, like we have triplexes in town and fourplexes in town, is that an R3, R4?
To the chair, that's correct. The maximum number of units possible under this zone is 2 units in the form of a duplex.
Perfect. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Because I don't fully understand, if I wanted to have a legal basement suite, would that require me to have my property rezoned as an R2?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, the R1 zone does allow secondary suites in a single detached house, but it's a discretionary use. It is also a discretionary use in R2, whereas the duplex is permitted, if that clarifies.
Yep, that makes sense. Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion is defeated. Tied vote. Moving on to 14.1, closed session. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Elliott. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, looking for a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Nielsen, I was gonna say those involved. Those, oh my goodness.
We're all involved. So
You are involved. Those in favor, carried, thank you. New business, we have one item for sure to add, and that is SEEP funding coming from 9.1.2. Anything else? Councillor Nielsen?
I just want to make sure that we've got item 15.4, loitering on the corner.
Correct.
And I've got some issues tied to that, but it's garbage in general. Can we tie it into there? Would you rather have a separate motion? Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
If a subsequent motion or another motion comes of it, that's fine.
Thank you.
Anything else from council? Anything else from administration? Okay. Those in favor of adding 15.5 new business, 9.1.2 SEEP funding. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So we will start off on 15.1, ATCO Gas Distribution Franchise Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. We received a letter from ATCO Gas indicating that there had been changes to the Gas Utilities Act, and they needed us to take some action. So we've attached the letter for information. Basically, they're asking us to complete a series of steps before the March 2025 deadline in order to keep our current agreement in place. One of the caveats as well to make this go quickly is that council does not want to see a change to this, and so we've highlighted that. We're just putting it as information so that it's sending the message that council does not want to see a change to our current percentage that we get back. So of the 35% that we're allowed, we're at 33. So the 4 things they need us to do is to advertise our franchise agreement to the community using the template that they will provide, record any feedback from residents, responding to feedback from residents and keeping records of our responses, and then providing ATCO with all of the information that they can submit to the AUC. So they need us to do this fairly quickly because there's certain timelines and the amount of time that we have to advertise for, and we would like to get started on this right away. And so if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer, but we're just looking as accept as information, no changes to the current agreement so that we can go forward with the required steps.
Councillor Nielsen?
I move that the City Council accepts the update on the ATCO franchise fee agreement as information.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In listening to the radio, I was listening about what different communities are doing about energy and things, and one of the communities had ATCO come out and do an information evening to explain the costs behind ATCO, how the bills are set up and everything else, and they said the meeting was very well attended in their community. So I don't know if that's something that ATCO might want to do here. I don't know if our citizens would be interested in that, but anyway, they said that community found it very worthwhile. So thank you.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 15.2, Assembly of First Nations, 3rd National Climate Gathering. Do you want to speak to this?
Yep.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. So in 2019, the Assembly of First Nations passed a resolution declaring a First Nations climate emergency. They have had 2 national climate gatherings across Canada, and this is their first one that will be held in Alberta, so it's going to be held in Calgary. I would really like to attend this conference because I feel like this is a really good way to walk the walk of trying to establish those relationships with our First Nations peoples, as well as meeting with different levels of government, as well as different forms of government that we don't typically get to meet with. So establishing those relationships, as well as there's a lot of great sessions that they're going to be having on more local solutions to different problems such as flooding and fires and all of that. And so I think that it would be something that would be a unique opportunity, but also something that I feel like will benefit our community quite a bit with the knowledge they'll get from this. So that is why I would like to go.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council approves per diems, travel, and accommodation for Councillor Blatz to attend the Assembly of First Nations 3rd National Climate Gathering, October 7 through 10, 2024 in Calgary, Alberta. And just a comment is I will be supporting this. I agree with many of Councillor Blatz's comments about the importance of walking the walk, and also the work that we need to continue to do in this community to see that we're looking at all of our opportunities from a less colonialized lens. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, or administration, are we a member of the Assembly of First Nations? I'm trying to understand where the connection is between this organization and the city of Wetaskiwin.
So the Assembly of First Nations is exactly that. It's an assembly of all of the different First Nations communities and their governments, and they all meet, and they include other government officials from across different provinces in their meetings. And so they're doing this as a way to educate different government officials as well. So they're doing a big push on getting local government officials involved.
So we're not a member?
No, because we're not a First Nations community.
Okay, and then I'm struggling a little bit about what the benefit as far as what specifically that's going to be discussed at this is going to be beneficial to the city of Wetaskiwin.
So there are different, there's going to be different sessions about climate advocacy, different sessions about land-based practices, climate leadership, all of that, which is a role that we've kind of taken on with a lot of the different eco-based programs that we're looking at in the community, especially with SEEP and all of that. And so it's something that's really relevant to all communities, not just First Nations communities, but it's a way that we can also get involved in the conversation more with our neighbors, as well as to what we can do intermunicipally with other communities for different solutions to different problems that are going to continue to arise because of the climate crisis.
Still didn't hear something that is specific to our community that is going to be presented here. That what's the takeaway that you're hoping from this conference? And how will what's a success to you? What are you going to be bringing back to us?
What I'm going to be bringing back to us is going to be the knowledge that I will be getting from the different elders, the different community members that surround us, and trying to figure out how we can be better neighbors, how we can work with other forms of government, such as the First Nations communities, on issues that they've been seeing in their communities and how we can help them, because we are a population of 25% approximately First Nations in our community. And so learning how we can better serve the First Nations population in our community and the different things that affect them and the different issues that are top of mind for them as well, because that's a quarter of our population at least that have these as top of mind. And so it's going to be different knowledge, it's going to be opportunities for relationships that we don't currently have. And if we're going to be talking a lot about reconciliation in this community, we should at least do something to push forward the knowledge portion of that and how we can figure out different solutions together rather than just talking about reconciliation.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council in general, and I appreciate the question, Dr. Billingsley. I just gave you a PhD, so It's that easy. Councillor Billingsley, I appreciate the question. The reason I don't think twice about this, and it's looking at, well, it's looking at worldviews. We continue to live on Treaty 6 territory. We do not look enough, I believe, to the people whose land we really are borrowing, and their ability to see climate change different. Their worldview is different, and if we can start to look into ways that we can better, like Councillor Blatt said, work with our Indigenous people, but even just working together on this land and understanding it, I really do think that looking at things differently, the way we can maybe understand our relationship with the land in a different lens, those things can help us as a community go forward with our climate change or our environmental responsibilities. And hopes that maybe it comes down to things we can work together because we have close relationships. But I do like the idea of the networking as well. So, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I submitted a number of questions. Mine isn't necessarily directed at this particular conference. It's connected to professional development for council and the costs related to. So I've got 6 questions here I'd like to direct through administration and hope you have the answers. My first question was, what was actually budgeted for council PD this past year, or in this budget year?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I am sorry, I do not have that in front of me. I had the other questions.
Okay, I'm okay with that. So what has currently been expensed against the budget line to date? What is the current balance that we have left in that account towards PD for the balance of the year?
I'm going to have to pull it up on Questica because I don't actually have access to the document right now. Sorry, I thought that it was an FIR. I didn't realize that you wanted the questions for today, or the answers for today.
Oh. Well, maybe while you're looking at it, I've got a question of all of council. We've all just recently returned from, or not all of us, most of us attended FCM. And is it safe to assume that everyone has submitted and received their expense claims and per diems, or is those to be, you still got to collect yours, Karen?
Alberta Meeting Space for mine.
Okay.
I didn't attend, but I think most of council went. Now, you were paid through Alberta Munis, but there was other councillors that went, but we did not receive any other report from that conference, except for yourself.
But they still have expense claim forms to put in.
But even a report of, and that's, I'm struggling with this for this reason, that councillors went to this, to FCM, and policy says that we are supposed to receive a report within 30 days.
Okay, but for my purposes here today, I hear what you're saying, but for my purposes today, I wanted to just see if all the expense claims are in. against our total. I guess what I'm really leading up to here is we've all engaged in PD. We have a finite budget for it. We've got expense claims to come in from FCM yet. We've got Alberta Munis Conference and pre-conferences coming up. And what I'm trying to figure out is, do we have enough money in the budget, or are we going over budget? And do we have any money left for the balance of the year in the event that other important activities also come up? So I just want to make sure that we're within budget lines, and or whether we've exceeded those budget lines.
Sorry, I keep getting an error, so I had Kevin pull his up.
So Sue let us know that that information wouldn't have been made available today. If the conference isn't until October, can we table this until the first meeting in September, get information back from administration, and when's registration due?
The registration isn't the problem, it's the blocked hotels are due, I think, September 2nd.
What's cancellation for blocked hotels?
I don't know, give me a second.
Deadline, room rate
It's
availability in September 14th.
Yeah, so we can table it.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think I'm in. It's just loading right now.
If we
Okay.
table it and it still gives her time following that, I'm okay to have it.
Okay, I would move that we table this until the September 9th meeting. Those in favor? Carried, thank you. That'll give administration some time to get us back that other information. 15.3, notice of motion, alcohol sales in grocery stores. Councillor Elliott was going to speak to this. Is it because you were flipping?
Do you want me to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, it was brought up through the media that our provincial government was thinking about having grocery stores sell liquor in the grocery store outlets. And I just think that there's enough social disorder in Wetaskiwin related to alcohol with having, I think it's 9 liquor stores, that I really don't think that we need to have more access to liquor stores in the city of Wetaskiwin. And so that's why I brought this forward. Can I see the motion, please, Dean? Sorry, I just lost this, Mr. Mayor. I would move that City Council directs administration to investigate the Government of Alberta's plan to allow alcohol sales in grocery stores and to report back at the October 15th, 2024 regular council meeting.
Moved by Councilor
Thank you.
Elliott. Can I offer an amendment to include convenience stores as well, as 7-Eleven is starting to sell?
Yes, sure, thank you.
So to the amendment, including convenience stores, those in favor? Carried. Okay. So my amendment would just be to add convenience stores to grocery stores, please. Any further discussion? Councilor Billingsley.
I'm wondering, because of our strict, quasi-strict, through the chair to administration, as far as the ability of so many feet from residential, is there even a possibility of having grocery stores and or convenience stores to have liquor because of their proximity? Like, in other words,
Walmart would probably qualify.
oh, maybe, hey, because I'm thinking of other places, and I'm going, I don't know if this would even be an issue.
Yeah, I think Walmart
Would be about the only one. Okay.
Councilor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, I'm not 100% sure what this would look like in general, because it seemed sort of vague and we don't really know whether or not they're doing that yet. So have you seen, my question for administration is, have you seen that there's enough to actually investigate?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, I have reason to believe on the things that I've seen that it is very possible. I was recently in BC and they're now selling liquor in gas stations and stuff. So it's just a matter of time before it makes it here.
I think Stoney just not recently, actually earlier this year or late last year, are selling out of a convenience store.
Yeah.
I appreciate that other places are doing it, but what I'm asking is, if we're going to investigate their plan, do we know that they have a plan?
I think part of the report is us identifying the opportunity, if there is an opportunity in our community, and at that point then council could decide whether or not you want to intervene with that, right? Or if you even can. I think once a business is given an opportunity to increase their funding, and why would they, or sorry, their revenues, why would they not look at that, right? So it's a real possibility for our community. And knowing the concerns that council has expressed in the past over liquor stores, I think it's valid.
Just so I make sure I know what I'm voting, and I apologize if it is end of day and I'm not making sense to anybody but me. What we're asking administration to investigate is how communities have adapted to the ability for alcohol to be sold in grocery stores and gas stations, because we don't actually know what the government's legislation would be around this. We don't know any of those things. So we're not investigating the government's plan. We're investigating how communities have reacted to liquor sales in these.
No, I think what council, I won't speak for Councilor Riley.
The government is flying kites right now, and one of the kites they're flying is that they're going to introduce alcohol into grocery and convenience stores. It's been done in British Columbia. Premier Ford is proposing it in Ontario, and I don't see us being very far behind. So I would like to see us be proactive, and as soon as the government starts to let people know that this might be happening, that we can react and let them know, at least from my point of view, that we are not in favor of such a move in our community.
So and just so I'm going to say it for you, when you argue for those ways, that's not, I can't support this motion in the argument that's being given to me is the government's plan doesn't exist because there is no plan for us to investigate, which is why I was trying to figure out where they were going to go with the investigation. But I also don't I can't vote for something when we're assuming what our answer is already going to be, because I don't know what they're going to come back to it.
That's mine, okay. But Bill 20 was flying a kite, and then all of a sudden, boom, Bill 20 was dropped on us. And so that's what I'm trying to make sure that we are aware of what's going to happen. And if we choose to react that we're not in favor of this, then we could choose to do so.
And how you react to the information you receive is yours, right? How Councillor Elliott feels. So investigating what may or may not happen based on what's already happening in terms of convenience stores being able to sell liquor. Councillor Elliott's motion is to find out what's happening with that with grocery stores and liquor store and convenience stores so that we can be prepared whichever way we want to be prior to that legislation coming.
Is it just me that thinks the wording needs to be changed? Because if council or if administration understands what we're asking to look at.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley and Councillor Elliott, correct me if I'm wrong, what I would do from this motion is head to AGLC and have a discussion with them about the draft legislation, because they would have to go through AGLC. The draft legislation, we have contacts there that we can connect with to find out what the plans are, what it would look like, and get kind of they probably already have a brief summary, just similar to what they did with cannabis. And then we could look at what that does compared to our land use bylaw, and then look if there's any restrictions that would prohibit council from making a decision to stop it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So I'm going to speak to mine, and I don't have a motion yet because I want to see where the conversation goes. We very obviously have a big problem on the south end of our city in terms of loitering. Pizza Hut's dining room has closed to the public. Regularly, we have any number of people congregating on the corner of 37A Avenue and 56th Street, and then anywhere along 37A Avenue towards Hope Mission on the west side, or heading west. What I would like to understand is what the city is able to enforce in terms of loitering, what our CPO and RCMP members are doing with their patrols. When the CPOs gave their report, I don't remember when it was, they had talked about the number of times they had visited the area. And I had asked how many times they got out and actually spoke to somebody, and they said, I don't think it was happening regularly, and it was going to be something that they were going to continue on. I'm on the south end of the city any number of times during the week, and have noticed a steady increase of loitering happening in the area. My hope with an temporary and emergency shelter in place is that it gave people the opportunity to have a place to be and to be safely. I can't read what your thing says. Oh, my mic, okay. To be and to be safely. Following my meeting last Thursday morning, a couple of the staff from Hope Mission were there and helped clear up some of the misinformation that was happening, that at whatever time in the morning Hope Mission kicks everybody out and nobody's allowed in there during the day. This is untrue. They do not close. They are always available to have shelter there. Even if somebody is banned from there, they are still able to go there and receive food or water, use of washrooms, or shower. The only time somebody would not be allowed there is if they were banned for something violent, which hasn't happened very often. Last Friday, we had a member of Edmonton City Council here, and we toured them around Wetaskiwin, and one of the areas was through around Hope Mission and what the new shelter was going to look like. As we drove by, I noticed somebody drinking I'm guessing a 40-ouncer of vodka, and so I had called the RCMP complaint line, and from start to finish, the entire process took 7 minutes to report my complaint, and then within the next 8 minutes, an RCMP member had called me back and told me they were on their way to investigate. So the entire process took 15 minutes to file a complaint. Every time I drive by the south end of the city, I constantly look to see whether or not somebody is actively doing drugs or drinking in public, and would do the same thing in terms of filing a complaint. And I realize that that's a pain in the butt to continue to have to do, especially for all of the residents and everybody else who deals with the things on the south end of the city especially. But as a community, if that's not something we're willing to do, we're not going to see any change whatsoever. The fact that I support a homeless shelter in the community does not mean that I support the loitering and public displays of defecation and urination, public intoxication, public drinking, public use of drugs. All of that is obviously illegal and needs to be reported. The amount of garbage and mess that end up in the area that isn't cleaned up is also unacceptable. And again, my hope was that as we had a permanent shelter, building relationships with the homeless or the people in need, that some of those behaviors would change as opposed to getting worse, and it is absolutely getting worse. And so I want to know what we can do as a community with our CPOs, with our RCMP, to either remove somebody or move somebody along from creating the mess that has transpired in the area. And I don't know if that's disturbing the peace. I don't know. I need to understand, and I guess this is where the motion comes from, to direct our administration to find out what it is that we can do to clean up the mess that we have on the south end of the city. So I guess I'll leave it to our administration, whether it's Sue or Kevin, to give me some direction so that I can formulate a motion.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to have this as a discussion at the next council meeting, or do you want us to try and start gathering that data?
Okay, how about...
Because we could have the RCMP and bylaw
What
here.
can council do right now in terms of directing administration to increase enforcement in the area? And does that need to be a direction of council?
We did just have an update from our CP or our municipal enforcement department that they have increased patrols in that area, and that they are regularly attempting to deal with the garbage and all of the other things that are happening. So I don't know that we need a direction of council.
And I appreciate that, but I'm not happy with the change that's happened so far in terms of increased patrols or increased presence. So, and that's why I want to understand what I can do in terms of a motion to change what that looks like right now while we further this conversation.
Through administration, or through the mayor to the mayor, we have authority to enforce trespassing, loitering, open liquor, like you said, defecation, urination, panhandling. Our peace officers and RCMP are able to enforce those laws now. Our bylaw officers don't have as much authority, and we have to look for sections within the community standards bylaw where they can do that enforcement. So some of those things we have stepped up just recently, but we're limited by our number of staff that have that enforcement ability.
So council can't direct administration operationally. How can I say that I want a peace officer there, whether it's the same one or on a rotation with whoever's on shift that day? I want a peace officer presence in the area throughout peace officer's entire shift. Through the chair to the chair.
we have a small enforcement services team right now.
Yep. And I totally get that other things are going to have to be put on hold. I guess I want to know if I can make that motion, and if that's stepping out of my role in governance into operation where I'm trying to address a problem.
I think it comes down to the level of service. So we could, if council directs us to have a presence in the area, we would just come back and say, this is how much it's going to cost. Or we've completely ignored every other bylaw in the city and we only focus on that. I don't even know with the complement we have right now of one CPO and two bylaw officers if we could actually cover the site during their normal working hours. But if that's a level of service that council wants, you could certainly direct us to do that. We can come back and tell you how much it would cost.
And what is our control over directing our CMP to be in the area?
We can ask and suggest, but we have no control over their operations.
Okay, I'll make two motions then. One will be to come back to council with a cost on having CPO presence in the area throughout a regular CPO shift.
Sorry, just to be clear, so bylaw hours are from 7 a.m. until 11 at night, 7 days a week. Yep. Perfect.
We don't have a CPO and all that the whole time.
We would, however they do their scheduling is on them. I want to know what it's going to cost to have that happen.
But you're talking about a CPO, not a bylaw officer.
Do we have bylaw officers like at a lower level that would be able to do anything? I shouldn't say lower level.
Lower authority.
Lower authority that would be able to adequately address the issues that we're having on the south end of the city.
Through the chair to the chair, we're reviewing the community standards bylaw now to see what of those earlier things that I mentioned, which of those that the peace officers would have authority under compared to, or the bylaw officers would have authority
Loitering, public intoxication, public consumption, public defecation, urination, disturbing the peace.
Right.
And I guess they would have the ability to call in our CMP or somebody else to help address an issue that wasn't under their authority.
And it might be that additional resources.
Absolutely.
Not within our department, but additional resources from other agencies might be able to help fill that gap too.
For sure, yep. Whether they're calling Hope Mission, an ambulance, the RCMP, whomever, FCSS.
Mr. Mayor, related to what you're saying, we're talking about enforcement, but what does enforcement look like? Does that mean putting people in jail? Does it mean taking them away? And if we take them away, where do we take them? Like, what does enforcement look like if we have somebody there? We also have part of our community standards bylaw is spitting, swearing, bullying. Any of those things relate to our community standards bylaw.
Yep.
But so if you see somebody going to the bathroom outside, what would enforcement look like? I'm asking, I guess, maybe a rhetorical question, but...
I think through our bylaws, there are fines.
Okay.
You would be fined.
But if they don't have any money, then what do we do?
My point is that we don't have a presence there enough to deal with what's happening.
Okay. And when you talk about a presence, Mr. Mayor, I would really appreciate the presence would mean that the individual is not sitting in their vehicle, but they're actually outside of the vehicle interacting as well. Councillor Nielsen and myself have both been to some different safety sessions, and they said that makes a huge difference if the individual is getting out and interacting, and then actually eventually develops a relationship with the individuals.
Yep.
And just one last thing, and then can you tell me what the complaint line number is so that our community is aware of the community?
780-312-7267 is the RCMP complaint line.
7267?
Correct. And bylaw is 780-361-4401. extension 1.
3614401, extension 1.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It says, just says enforcement officer. Does administration understand whether it's CPO or bylaw? Okay. Yep.
Jess, sorry, could we add by September 9th? We'll bring it back at the next council meeting. And, yeah.
Okay, I'll open it up to discussion and questions. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. I think that it is extremely necessary. I've heard loud and clear from community members of what's exactly what you said. Having the shelter there doesn't excuse the actions that are going on around it. And there's no reason for whether it's the vagrancy, whether all the things that you described. But I don't think that this is going to be enough. It's a great start, and then we can have a further conversation of budget, because this is not going to be cheap.
Nope, absolutely not. Councillor Elliott, did you have your hand up? Okay. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. My second motion will be to ask RCMP to have a higher level of presence in the area as well. And my higher level of presence would mean actually like to be there, not to increase patrols in the area. Can I wait till I get this?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. And I don't know if it was done this year, but a couple of years ago anyway, when the shelter was downtown, the RCMP were conducting walking downtown. But I don't know if that was something that we suggested or directed, but I'm wondering if, however that was done to get to that point, would be absolutely wonderful for that neck of the woods.
Yep. Can you add including foot patrols? Anything further?
Sorry, could we just add the date in too,
Oh,
so
I'm
we can
sorry.
report back by the next meeting?
Yeah, could you report back by the next meeting? Absolutely. To report back by September 9th, just so they don't call them September 9th in the morning and be like, hey, head south, and then be like, I made the call. Okay, you can wordsmith it, just let her get the report by September 9th. Okay, go ahead.
I believe that we need to move the including foot and bike patrols after solid presence, because what that actually says is that we don't want them just to do patrols including foot and bike patrols.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then is the first one like car patrols, vehicle, just because there's a whole lot of patrols there.
One member for every patrol in the motion. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with this, but I would like to see, this is something I've asked for forever, is just more visibility of RCMP throughout our community, that they are actually driving around through the different neighborhoods and the different areas.
This is off topic of our motion.
No? Higher level of presence?
Yeah, sorry, it should be specific to the area of the shelter. That's where, sorry, that was where my
Yes,
my
no,
intention
I
was,
know
yes.
what I know.
But you're saying as a, that's a different conversation or a different motion? Or a different, yeah, different conversation with the
Okay,
inspector.
but it is in the plan that we gave to the RCMP when we met with them to set up the goals for 2024.
Yep. Especially around the shelter. Presence in the south end of Wetaskiwin. Take out the area, I think, just south end of Wetaskiwin. Perfect, especially near the shelter. Okay, anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried, thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Along the same vein, I guess, in terms of conversations, I would go through the chair to administration, and I'm looking for some information related to, typically in residential areas, the first so many feet back from the curb, the boulevards, is city property. So as we look at that particular corner where all the trees are and then we have a gathering, is that part of city property or is that private property at that corner?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we call those cut corners, and cut corners are usually 6 meters by 6 meters. So there is a significant portion of that corner that is city property. I would argue all of those trees are on city property.
Okay, thank you. And the second part of that question, Sue, is as you turn off of the auto mile to pull in towards Walmart, just south of Tim's, along that curbside, is that all private property, or again, is there a city portion of that that is city property?
That would all be city property.
Thank you. And my last piece, sort of tying this together, is this particular weekend, in particular, I mean, I think we've all seen copious amounts of litter and garbage in all of those areas, including it being blown across the open field, which now is private property. But this weekend in particular, I have never seen what I'm going to call a more disgusting area. And turning into the Walmart area, we had a shopping cart full of all sorts of stuff that had been tipped over and been strewn all over. I've had the opportunity to talk to the folks at Dollarama, who go out every day and clean up their area and put it in bins, only to have it rummaged through the night. And now that blows all over the community, to the point where the manager-owner of Dollarama is exasperated by sending his staff out on a regular basis. So the crux of my question, I guess, with the preamble, is knowing that much of the litter and garbage and filth is on city property. Currently, what is the city's responsibility or role? What kinds of things are we doing right now to address all that litter and garbage that's in what I would call city property?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, one of the things that Public Works is doing right now is actually looking at the obscene amount of garbage cans we have on Main Street and potentially reducing them, or putting forward a proposal to council to reduce them and spread that over other parts of the city. So we realize we actually don't have garbage cans anywhere else. And so we're developing, I guess, a guiding principle that we want to bring back to council to say, whether it's every 500 meters, we have a bench and a garbage can, or, you know, what you'd like to see for the standard. Part of the problem out there is we'll respond to complaints or issues as we see them. We don't have sidewalks out there. We don't have garbage cans out there. We don't have infrastructure that's going to send us there regularly like we do downtown. So obviously knowing the change of use in the area and seeing what's happened out there, we may need to look operationally at changing that and making sure that somebody's going by on a regular basis and cleaning up, similar to what we do with the school and the skate park.
And I would like to commend your staff in terms of the way so much of our city looks this year, this summer, with the parks and Main Street and everything. There's been some really incredible improvements in our community. And that end of the town sticks out horribly. I also know that all of our summer students are either have left or are leaving here soon, which creates a problem for your staffing. But having said that, just as the RCMP identify what they call hot spots, and I think that's exactly what Mayor Gandam was talking about, we've got a hot spot, we need some attention paid to it. I think we have a hot spot with regard to community cleanliness and potentially safety in that area relative to what may be on the ground. And like Mayor Gandam, I don't know how to direct administration to say, we have a hot spot, we all know that is there, and so with regard to cleanliness, what are we doing about it? And I don't mean to be disrespectful in saying this, but I don't want to report on September 9th. I'd like it cleaned up yesterday. And what that means in terms of public works getting out there and ensuring their safety too as they pick up a lot of stuff out there, I just think we need to pay a lot more attention to what that entrance to our community looks like, and part of that is the cleanliness piece. So I don't know how to direct you, because I also recognize that your staff that you had there a week ago isn't there now. So I'm looking for some advice here, Sue. I think the litter and the filth is an embarrassment as well, and it's on our property.
I will have a chat with Kevin, and we will figure out how to get Bylaw and our Parks Department out there to do this. We had done this when it was the city-sanctioned encampment, and so I think it's just a philosophy in changing our process and maybe even dividing up the staff between the rec grounds and this area. So it's just an additional hotspot, and if we'll just have to shift our operations to make sure we're driving by there at the very least, and then spending time to clean it up.
And I would sincerely thank you on behalf of the citizens for that, and at the same time thank the staff that are going to tackle that particular issue. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we talking about the property on the north side of the Walmart that you're talking about as city property?
I'm talking about as you're driving into Walmart on the south side of Tim Hortons. All along that curve.
Make sure your mic.
South side of Tim Hortons?
Yeah.
But the north,
west, southwest.
Yeah, southwest.
Yeah.
So there's that's a big property.
The whole field.
Yes.
All I'm talking about is what is ours.
Okay, who owns the field? Sue?
All of those parcels are privately owned. Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Elliott. All of those parcels are privately owned. The area that Councillor Nielsen is talking about is considered our road allowance. So it is part of, even though it's adjacent to these properties, it's part of the city's property.
Okay. I'm wondering if the private individuals would allow the city fire department on a practice night to do a burn in that, and I'm being very serious, to do a controlled burn in that whole area. That would certainly maybe sterilize things as well as get rid of all the paper and the grass and everything else. And the grass isn't too long right now, but there's certainly a lot of debris. I'm just wondering if a burn with our fire department all around so it doesn't get out of control, but maybe that would save